Chapter 2398 Ancient Alchemy Technique. Chapter 2398 Ancient Alchemy Technique. Long Fei did not care where he was. It was good to be in the wilderness. As long as he had more experience and monsters, the beast site that the avian spoke of would definitely be a paradise for Long Fei. As long as there were monsters to kill, as long as they could level up, nothing would be a problem. Continuously flipping over and over. Originally, Long Fei wanted to chase after the flying ants, but he discovered that he would be lost if he did so. The group of flying ants seemed to have disappeared into thin air. If Long Fei was at the 8th stage of the origin condensation realm, his sensing range would exceed 1,000 meters, but not a single mosquito could be found within 1,000 meters. It was too strange. What's going on? Long Fei indicated for the transformers to stop, looked around, and muttered, "In this kind of situation, either there isn't a single demon beast around, or we have already entered the territory of some demon beast at the level of an overlord. The first case is almost impossible. There were no demon beast within 1,000 meters of the wilderness." Transformers said slightly, "Boss, there's probably a big guy." Transformers also could not feel his aura. Since Long Fei could not feel it, and even he could not feel it, it meant that he was a big guy. Long Fei clenched his fists tightly and said excitedly, "I like big guys. Boss, come out." Long Fei roared. There was no sound in the forest, only silence. Not even a bird was startled. "Air." Long Fei was a little embarrassed and said, "My voice isn't loud enough?" King Kong. Transformers suddenly stood up and roared like a lion. "Boss, my boss told you to scram." Rumble. The voice was like thunder as it exploded, rolling tens of kilometers away like thunder. There was a moment of silence. It was still the same. There was no reaction at all. The forest was so quiet that it made people panic. There was nothing there. That's strange. Could it be that you don't even have a single demon beast? Long Fei shook his head. That's impossible, this is the wilderness. Even if you don't have demon beasts, you would at least have some wild beasts, right? Why is there nothing? It was very abnormal. However, at this moment, the birdman flapped his wings and landed heavily on the ground. He then said lightly, "Those people have retracted their strange beasts." Retreat. Those people. Long Fei did not understand and asked, "Who are they?" The Transformers was puzzled as well. Could it be that the demon beast in the wilderness is controlled by someone? This is the wilderness, but in the Deathland, who could control the demon beast here? Impossible, the bird said. The wilderness is very big. I don't know about other places, but here. All the beasts, including a small mosquito, have been controlled. I said before that this place was the beast site. Control strange beasts? And such a powerful beast at that? It wasn't just one or two, but a large group. Then, how strong was this group of people? Long Fei's brows tightened and said, "Who exactly are those people?" Bird Person looked at the peak of the Savage Gate, which was floating above the clouds. He shook his head and said, "I don't know. F***CK. Long Fei disdained. The avian continued, "But I know that they are not people of this plane. This is just their playground. We are just their playground's objects to amuse them." Her eyes were somewhat lonely. The first few times, she was the one chasing him. But this time, she was the prey. All the beasts from another world had come to chase after her. Fei Tian was satisfied. The savage wyverns were just the lowest level of strange beasts. Once they lose their patience, then. It was the appearance of a super mutated beast. If she was lucky enough to survive, she wouldn't be able to escape their grasp either. Because, and the next time, they would bring more powerful beasts with them. However, this time, the only difference was that Long Fei's sudden intrusion had disrupted their plans. The sudden disappearance of the strange beast meant one thing. This time, the game was more exciting. Long Fei had become the target of killing. However, Long Fei did not know. Long Fei glanced at the avians and said, I don't care who they are. As long as demon beasts are killed and I can break through, then nothing will be a problem. As he spoke, he jumped down from Transformers and asked, Will beasts appear again? This was what he was concerned about. Bird people swapped their shares and said confidently, Yes, but the next time he appears, all of you should die. Long Fei looked at the avian with contempt and said unhappily, Only we will die, you won't die? The avian fell silent. Long Fei couldn't be bothered to care about her either. Completely armed, not to mention her appearance, her body didn't even have the slightest bit of skin. Under normal circumstances like this, he must be extremely ugly, not daring to meet anyone. Long Fei had never been interested in ugly things. And then, Long Fei said, King Kong, sit down and cultivate. I'm going to collect the spirit grass. If it was as Bird Person had said, the appearance of stronger beasts meant that they had to make preparations beforehand. At the very least, they had to prepare a sufficient amount of pills. Moreover, along the way, Long Fei discovered that the level of spirit grass here was considerably high. Many of them were of the 7th stage, the 8th stage, and there were even immortal stage spirit grass. Other than that, there were also a few spirit grass. Transformers sat cross-legged, as if he was a human. An Earth stage demon beast needed a large amount of heaven and earth primeval essence to be introduced into its body, and its body would be tempered with primeval essence. The true essence here was extremely rich. To him, this was a paradise. Bird Person leaned to the side and didn't move. He didn't say anything as he silently gazed at the distant mountain peak. She wanted to remove the mutated poison from her body and restore her original appearance. At the same time, she also wanted to break free and leave the beast site. At least, after she left, she would have the chance to return to her original world. She missed her family too much. Even though her family treated her like a demon, she couldn't stop thinking about them. And the one he loved. An hour passed. Long Fei brought back a bunch of spirit grass. Since there are no strange beasts, then the only way to improve myself is to train in a skill. The stronger the skill, the stronger it will be. Long Fei looked at the spirit grass in front of him and said, First, refine a batch of medicinal pellets. If you can increase your alchemy technique by another step, step into the earth realm. Begin. Long Fei moved and activated his alchemy mode. Every single time, he would learn alchemy from the dragon coffin. The surrounding powerhouse on the summit of the Savage Gate didn't pay any attention to Long Fei. What kind of pellet could a lower plane alchemy master refine? They wouldn't even spare a second glance at the divine-grade spirit pellets in Zhen Wu continent. Their level was simply too low. However, there was one person who was paying attention to Long Fei. When he saw Long Fei's alchemy technique, the space between his eyebrows suddenly tightened. This is the ancient world's alchemy technique? Impossible! Chapter 2399, Strong Boundary. Chapter 2399, Strong Boundary. I don't believe it. Not at all. He could feel the aura of the ancient inheritance from Long Fei's body, but when he charged into the group of flying ant, he thought that Long Fei would die. This kind of person simply didn't have the qualifications to receive the ancient world's inheritance. But Long Fei survived, and used a strong power to firmly crush the flying ant. Was this the reason behind the ancient world's inherited power in his body? Immortal Master Lu Yuan didn't know either. In his heart, he was still a little suspicious of the power of the ancient inheritance on Long Fei's body. It was even better. He was too far away from the ancient world in this cheap plane, so there had never been a situation where the power of the ancient inheritance appeared in this low plane. Is the mysterious power on Long Fei's body ancient inheritance? Immortal Master Lu Yuan didn't dare be sure. However, now, when he saw Long Fei's alchemy technique, his mind suddenly exploded. There was no pill furnace, no flames. Everything depended on the power of the world. This sort of method, even the most difficult and also the most advanced, ancient alchemy technique in the ancient era. He had also seen Lord Human King and the Gods Tribe's alchemy master, powder-making competition, once. Human King's alchemy technique was an extremely high-level existence, but the Gods Tribe defeated him in 10 seconds. This was precisely the reason why Powerhouse of Gods Tribe used the ancient alchemy technique. That battle, he saw it with his own eyes. The Human King had suffered a crushing defeat, and also, there was no chance of resistance at all. That's why it was so memorable. He never thought that he would see the second ancient alchemy technique. Immortal Master Lu Yuan was excited. An uncontrollable excitement. Seeing that Long Fei was able to produce a pill in such a short span of time, a light flashed in his eyes, and he secretly clenched his fists. And then, whoosh! A cool breeze blew past, and Immortal Master Lu Yuan disappeared on the spot. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for successfully refining it, proficiency +3. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for successfully refining it, proficiency +3. Ding! The system continuously rang out, and Long Fei also quickly refined the pill and entered into a state where he was completely immersed. If one were to raise the alchemy technique of the 9th level to the Earth stage, they would need a proficiency with 100,000 points. It was too difficult. Unless 1 or 2 Earth stage alchemy masters had consumed their experience, it would take too much time to level up. Furthermore, Long Fei could not maintain the ancient alchemy technique because his mental energy could not handle it. After a long time, Long Fei exhaled a heavy breath. His forehead was filled with beads of perspiration. He was completely drenched. His mind had finally relaxed, and Long Fei's body had also relaxed slightly. Exquisite healing pill, exquisite detoxification pill, exquisite true origin pill. They are all of the highest quality. This alchemy technique is too heaven-defying. Long Fei revealed a satisfied smile. He looked at Kong Kim, who was still cultivating, and kept the pill. The Birdman fell asleep against one side. Long Fei sensed around, but he still did not sense any demon beast's aura. This place can't really be the beast site, right? He never quite believed what the Birdman said. What kind of powerhouse from another world would go to a lower plane to fool around? Forget it. I better think about the beast mastery. Long Fei thought about how he had subdued the flying one-eyed tiger in a single thought at Secret World. Even he himself felt that it was too sudden. After returning to the Xianyu sect, he deliberately trained with the beast mastery. Strangely enough, there was nothing wrong with it. Normally, one would need talent to cultivate this kind of auxiliary method, otherwise they would reject it. However, Long Fei did not feel any rejection at all. It was as if they were completely compatible. However, although Long Fei released the beast mastery, he was unable to unleash the effect of the secret world. When he was in Xianyu mountain range, he had also tried, but all of them had failed. There was not a single success, and Long Fei still did not understand how to control the beast mastery. Beast mastery. Long Fei was released. Fail. Proficiency +0, without a target to release, the number of proficiency S would naturally not increase. Suddenly, Long Fei released it again, and was able to properly feel the process and the power he had gained control of the demon beast. Beast mastery. Schwa. Ding. Fail. Proficiency +1. Long Fei's mind sank, and immediately looked into the darkness. He did not have a goal like the beast mastery, but this time he had gained an additional proficiency. Why is that? Long Fei immediately sensed something approaching him and used his consciousness to sense it, but he could not feel any aura. It wasn't that he couldn't sense it. It was his current cultivation that was too weak. A middle-aged man walked out of the darkness. The man was like a dead man, devoid of any aura. Long Fei's gaze tensed up. When the man moved, he didn't even need to walk. His body hovered in the air and flew over. This was still secondary. More importantly, the true essence beneath his feet was constantly being crushed. Just what kind of power was this? The heaven and earth true essence above Zhen Wu continent was trampled under his feet, and he couldn't even sustain it. Terrifying. Long Fei subconsciously tensed up and immediately went on guard. The middle-aged man was Immortal Master Lu Yuan, who suddenly disappeared. He looked at Long Fei and said, "Beast Mastery, your spiritual consciousness is very strong and your control is very strong. However, it is a normal beast mastery, it cannot compare to your previous alchemy technique." Long Fei realized that the man in front of him was monitoring him, and immediately thought of those people that the avians had mentioned and asked, "Who exactly are you?" Immortal Master Lu Yuan did not answer, but asked back, "Where did you cultivate the alchemy technique from?" "Finished." He immediately denied it and shook his head. "No, ordinary people cannot cultivate this technique in the alchemy technique." And then, Immortal Master Lu Yuan asked again, "How did you grasp that alchemy technique?" Long Fei was shocked. He had always felt that the alchemy that he had mastered was simply too powerful, completely surpassing the boundaries of the Zhen Wu continent. No one in Zhen Wu continent could understand it. Could it be that the man in front of him understood everything? Long Fei really wanted to know what kind of alchemy technique it was, but he didn't believe the man in front of him and asked, "Why should I tell you?" Immortal Master Lu Yuan's gaze tensed up. If it was in the past, a lowly cultivator dared to speak to him like this, then with just a glance, he would have shattered his opponent's body. His body moved. Buzz! It instantly appeared in front of Long Fei. Too fast. It was so fast that it was completely unpredictable and even Idea S could not keep up. However, subconsciously Long Fei roared fiercely, "King Kong!" It was loud. However, Transformers did not have any reaction, not just him, even the avians did not have any, as if they were isolated from the surroundings. The Immortal Master Lu Yuan said indifferently, "In my special boundary, other than me, no one can hear any sounds you make. And only I can let you leave the boundary, otherwise you will be trapped here for the rest of your life. Brat, you better explain yourself." Chapter 2400 Universal Realms Spirit Grass, Immortal Flower. Chapter 2400 Universal Realms Spirit Grass, Immortal Flower. The Immortal Master Lu Yuan was trying to figure out whether or not Long Fei was using the ancient alchemy technique. He really wanted to know the secret on Long Fei's body. Long Fei truly had the power of the ancient inheritance, then he would immediately bring Long Fei away from this place. Every single wisp of ancient inheritance's power was a part of the universal large world, like a law, an order, or maybe even a heaven's will. Its power was unfathomably strong. If Long Fei carried the power of the ancient inheritance, then he would be wasting his time in this plane. He should immediately enter the universal realm. However, the higher the level of the Immortal Master Lu Yuan, the less Long Fei would say about it. Now that he was still under house arrest, Long Fei was even less likely to talk about it. Seeing that there were no changes in his surroundings, and not even a ripple from the boundary S, the center of Long Fei's brows tightened up and he said in disbelief, "You're saying that boundary is just boundary?" He pulled out the sky sword and cut out. Shwa! There were no obstructions. It was as though his sword had stabbed into thin air. However, there was no unusual light on the sky sword. Immortal Master Lu Yuan looked at the sky sword in Long Fei's hands and said faintly, "Your alchemy technique is so amazing, but your sword techniques and sword are not that great." A broken sword covered in rust. He also did not see how powerful it was. Long Fei's heart tightened and he thought to himself, "Sky sword, even people are laughing at you, can you release some of your power? Where did your strength go?" While they were talking, with a thought, true essence surged and another sword thrust out. Just like before, nothing had changed. F***CK. I don't believe it. Long Fei looked at the nearby transformers and quickly ran out. Can't wake him up? Then knock him out. Immortal Master Lu Yuan also did not move and said with a smile, It's useless. Schwa. Long Fei collided with it, but he could not dodge it. His body directly passed through Transformers' body, and just like a wave of light, it was clearly untouchable in front of him. It was as if he had seen a ghost. Long Fei tried again, but it was the same. The Transformers was just like an illusion. Long Fei looked at the Immortal Master Lu Yuan and asked, What did you do? Immortal Master Lu Yuan said, Before I said it, you were in my boundary, yet you didn't seem to have changed. Only you are within my boundary. Speak. As long as you tell me why you have that alchemy technique, I will let you out. Long Fei said straightforwardly, You want to know? I'm not saying. At this moment, Long Fei thought crazily, no matter what kind of array it is, even the boundary has a way to break it. Long Fei raised his eyes and stared at Immortal Master Lu Yuan. Immortal Master Lu Yuan said, It's useless. I will kill you and kill me and this boundary will still exist. This is impossible. Let alone killing him, Long Fei couldn't even touch him. It was just that. Long Fei had never been a coward, nor was he one that just sat there and waited for death. Revealing a smile, Long Fei's figure faintly moved and said, Really? Schwa. His speed was extremely fast as he thrust out his sword. The sword pierced into Immortal Master Lu Yuan's body, but his body was the same as the Transformers', like a spirit body. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, asterisk whoosh whoosh whoosh, asterisk several tens of slashes in a row, every single time was the same. No matter how Long Fei fought, he could not do it. The strength rank was not in the same world at all. Immortal Master Lu Yuan thought to himself, So weak, why would the power of the ancient inheritance appear in his body? And then, being pierced by Long Fei, Immortal Master Lu Yuan was also annoyed. His figure turned heavy. Is it enough? Boom! A powerful force immediately bound Long Fei. Long Fei's body seemed to have been frozen in place. No matter how much strength he used, if he went all out, his body wouldn't be able to move at all. I just want to know why you possess the ancient alchemy technique, and why you have a special power in your body. He did not say that this was the power of the ancient inheritance, because he could feel that Long Fei did not know that the power in his body was the power of the ancient inheritance. Long Fei's heart tightened, and his eyes immediately became gloomy because of. He thought the mysterious power that the Immortal Master Lu Yuan was talking about was the game system in his body. No matter what, even if his biological parents Long Fei had the system in their body, he would not say anything. At the same time, Long Fei muttered in his heart, So? The alchemy technique that he had mastered was an ancient alchemy technique, an ancient. Could it be the ancient world? Even though the Zhenwu continent was a low plane and it was the most remote plane, everyone knew about the matter of the ancient world giving birth to the universal large world. Long Fei could not help but think to himself, Could it be that you are from the ancient world? Immortal Master Lu Yuan frowned. It seems like you do not know about your power. Long Fei's eyes tensed up. As long as Immortal Master Lu Yuan was willing, he would immediately know what he was thinking. Since that was the case, Long Fei had nothing to hide and said, I don't know. Immortal Master Lu Yuan frowned and started to ponder. Half a moment. Lu Yuan took out a spirit grass from his bosom and said, I have a spirit grass here. Can you refine it once for me to see? Remember, if I don't succeed, you will die. It was eerie and cold. There was killing intent in his voice. Long Fei's entire body was chilled, and he said, What if I succeed? Immortal Master Lu Yuan said, I will let you go. Long Fei asked, Why should I believe you? Immortal Master Lu Yuan laughed coldly. Do you have any choice? Although Long Fei was unhappy in his heart. But what the Immortal Master Lu Yuan said was the truth. He had no choice. Taking the spirit grass in the Immortal Master Lu Yuan's hands, Long Fei did not dare to use the system to check on its stats, because in the boundary, Long Fei was worried that he would be seen through. Once he had the spirit grass, Long Fei began refining it. However, this spirit grass is a little special. It was not a spirit grass of the Zhen Wu continent. Long Fei's idea moved slightly, and his entire body was instantly attracted to it. This spirit grass. Sea of Souls. The spirit liquid within the spirit grass was as vast and boundless as the ocean. Too powerful. This type of spiritual liquid was extremely difficult to control because it was too big. Long Fei locked the space between his brows. At this moment, he wanted to succeed. He wanted to see what kind of pill this spirit grass could refine. And then, Long Fei took every step carefully, starting every step with every step. He also released his own true essence and the ancient alchemy technique to their limit. In the blink of an eye, Long Fei's body was faintly trembling. His face was pale. He desperately tried to persevere. Immortal Master Lu Yuan stood at the side. On the surface, he did not reveal any change in expression, but his heart was in turmoil. Universal realm is at a higher level than this realm by 108,000 kilometers. The spirit grass he is nurturing is the same. What's more, this spirit grass was even personally cultivated by the human king himself, and in this brat's hands. It's slowly being refined. Terrifying. This is too terrifying. Immortal Master Lu Yuan was stunned. A full 10 minutes later. This was the longest time that Long Fei had used his alchemy. The system sounded out. Ding. Chapter 2401 Undead Powder. Chapter 2401 Undead Powder. Ding. This was a very long process. Long Fei's mental energy was close to collapsing. He really couldn't take it anymore. This sea of spiritual liquids was completely beyond his imagination. Hearing the system beep, Long Fei's entire body relaxed, and he sat down on the ground, breathing heavily, not caring if it succeeded or not. System notification. Refining successful, proficiency plus 100,000 points. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for leveling up. Earth Stage, Level 10. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for obtaining Undead Powder. Several notifications sounded consecutively. Long Fei was a little stupefied. His exhausted body seemed to have drank the pulse as it pulsated back to normal. My God, a proficiency with 100,000 points? Is there a mistake? He couldn't believe it. It was only after he had repeatedly confirmed his own alchemy technique and level increase that he finally believed it. No matter how successful he was, it was impossible for him to suddenly raise so many proficiency s. He could only say one thing. There was nothing the system could not do, even if you did not think of it. The system only had one word: awesome. Earth-rank alchemy masters had already exceeded Long Fei's expectations, but when he heard the name of the pill, he felt as if he had been injected with chicken blood. Undead powder? How can I not die? Immediately, Long Fei quickly opened up the system to check. Pellet. Undead powder stats. Indestructible description. Resurrected from the dead. Description 2. Able to stay alive for 3 minutes. 2 descriptions, 2 choices. He could choose to save someone and bring them back to life within a few minutes of their death, or he could just take them directly. No matter what kind of attack he suffered, he wouldn't die. Looking at these attributes, Long Fei was extremely shocked in his heart. There really is such a pill in this world? And then, Long Fei looked at Immortal Master Lu Yuan and asked, "What was the name of the spirit grass I just refined? You want to be shocked?" This was the second time he had seen the alchemy of the ancient alchemy technique. The last time they were separated by a few thousand meters, this time they were right in front of him. Last time it was a super powerhouse of the gods' tribe. This time, it was a low-level warrior from the lower realms. The difference between the two was simply too great. The excitement that could not be quelled in the immortal master Lu Yuan's heart was indescribable shock. He looked at Long Fei and did not speak for a long time, because he did not know what to do now. Take him to the universal realm? His cultivation was too low. Universal realm was the center of the universal large world, and was also the strongest plane other than the ancient realm. The most crucial point. The universal realm was the plane that the gods' tribe controlled the most. Only the universal realm had a way in, and this was the key to the gods' tribe's ultimate control. The gods' tribe was an unshakable existence. Most of the families in ancient world were stepped under the feet of the gods' tribe. The gods' tribe was simply too strong, so strong that they were heaven and earth. If they brought him to the universal realm, who could protect him? Once they were discovered by the gods' tribe, they would either submit or die. Leave him alone? That would truly be a pity. If he just let an exceptional genius slip by, immortal master Lu Yuan would feel that it was too much of a pity. Forget about everything else. Just the ancient alchemy technique was enough to make everyone in the universal realm feel proud. No way. I can't let it go. I can't let such a peerless genius waste away here. Immortal master Lu Yuan frowned and muttered to himself. Long Fei was startled. Peerless genius? Are you talking about me? This was the first time someone used the word genius to evaluate him. It was pretty good. Immortal master Lu Yuan looked at Long Fei and said, "This plane isn't suitable for you, you will only be wasting your time here. Follow me, I will bring you to a stronger world." Long Fei trembled. He did not even think about it and said, "Thank you, I still prefer to stay on this plane. As for the other higher planes, I believe that I will be able to step onto them step by step." Immortal master Lu Yuan was astonished and reiterated, "This is a low plane, it is not much help to your development. If you can come with me," Long Fei said. "Thank you, using the words from my homeland, if I were to take a big step, it would easily affect my reputation, so I had better take it one step at a time." Follow him? Who is he? Long Fei was not familiar with them from the start. We'll talk about it later. Even if the immortal master Lu Yuan was doing this out of good intentions, with his essence condensation realm cultivation, what could he do in the higher planes? Refining alchemy medicine? This was not what Long Fei wanted. Although alchemy were important, level was everything to Long Fei. Level was what he wanted. If he wanted to become stronger, there was only one way to become stronger. Many of the demon beasts in this world could crush him, so how strong were the demon beasts in the higher planes? The newbie village was not doing very well, yet they still wanted to go to the main city? Long Fei was eager to enter the universal realm. However, not now. Immortal master Lu Yuan looked at Long Fei and said sincerely, "Do you want to consider it again?" Long Fei shook his head. "No need." "Who?" Immortal master Lu Yuan sighed lightly, his eyes looking at the sky. He thought to himself, "Is heaven's will irreversible? All right. This is one of my spatial tokens. If you want to leave this place and enter the larger world, as long as you shatter it, I will be able to sense your location." Immortal master Lu Yuan took out a small order badge with the word Lu Yuan carved on it. Long Fei did not hesitate and quickly received it. Since there was something here, he naturally wanted it. Immortal master Lu Yuan said lightly, "This is the beast site. A large group of monsters from the dark world will appear as soon as the sun shines." Long Fei was secretly shocked. "Seems like bird person really did not lie to me." Lu Yuan said, "These dark demon beasts are much stronger than flying ant, can you block them?" Long Fei smiled slightly and said, "Even if you can't, you have to. Men can't say no." His heart was excited. Because, A large wave of demon beast in the dark world, that was a large wave of experience. This was the most satisfying. No matter what, Long Fei would do everything in his power to resist. Immortal Master Lu Yuan did not try to stop him anymore. Now, he was certain that with just this alone, Long Fei would not die here. Immortal Master Lu Yuan looked at Long Fei and said, "I still don't know what your name is." Long Fei said, Long Fei who's a flying dragon in the sky." Immortal Master Lu Yuan nodded and said, "Long Fei, I will remember this. I believe we will meet again." As soon as he finished, the Immortal Master Lu Yuan disappeared. Next, as surroundings returned to silence. He could not feel any change in his surroundings at all, and walked over to Transformers' side and lightly touched it. Transformers opened his eyes and said, "Boss, what's wrong?" The boundary disappeared without a trace. Long Fei was even more shocked as he thought, "Damn, this guy is definitely a fierce person." Looking at the command medallion in his hand, Long Fei thought to himself, "I wonder what higher plane he wants to take me to." Chapter 2402 Trap Technique. Chapter 2402 Trap Technique. After all, the power Immortal Master Lu Yuan had displayed was too strong. It was not the power of this world. Long Fei looked at the birdman who wore a full body of golden armor, and his appearance couldn't be seen clearly, and muttered, "Looks like what she said was all true, this place really is a beast sight." Transformers said, "What?" Long Fei shook his head. "Nothing, hurry up and recover. There's going to be a tough battle tomorrow morning." "Oh!" Transformers immediately entered into cultivation. Long Fei raised his head and looked into the night sky. It was tranquil and peaceful. "Are you a demon beast from the dark world? I need to make some more preparations." He glanced at the undead powder that was still in his hands. Just 3 minutes of undying mode isn't enough. And then, Long Fei opened the system. It had to find a way out of the system. Merchant shop system. Long Fei thought to himself as the system merchant shop appeared in his mind. It was the same as the previous one, where one item after another appeared in a list in his mind. No way. No way. It still won't work. Even if you have enough exchange value, you can't exchange for holy artifact. Long Fei frowned. A holy artifact could never defy the heavens, let alone a savage demon beast of the dark realm. Long Fei carefully checked again, but he couldn't find a way. Special system. Then, he looked at the special system mode. Double attack scroll, no. 4 times the normal rate isn't good either. Wait. What is this? Long Fei's eyes shook. He found a special scroll inside the special item. Trap scroll? Huh. His exchange value is only 100 points? So cheap. Immediately. The system was smarter than ghosts. It would be impossible for Long Fei to take advantage of it in his next life. Long Fei had a deep understanding of this. "I don't care. I'll exchange for one first and then take a look." The idea moved. Exchange. Ding. System notification. The exchange of trap scrolls has succeeded. Exchange value, 100 points. Long Fei took out the trap scroll and walked into the forest. After he left, the aviant's eyes slightly opened. Looking at the direction Long Fei disappeared in, her wings moved slightly, and she quietly disappeared from her original position. Even the two-headed king did not notice. A trap scroll. All right. See what kind of trap you are. Long Fei walked to an empty space and directly crushed the scroll. "Come, let this daddy see." Ding. Arrangement complete. After Long Fei crushed the scroll, the trap was set up. Long Fei looked at the caved-in forehead that was filled with 8 black lines. "I knew it, your sister." System, can you not scam me? Do you think digging a pit with a pile of dog shit in it is a trap? And aren't you being too darned? It's only half a meter deep. Do you want to kill the gods? Long Fei was speechless, and at the same time tried to verify a fact. The system is really deceiving me. Trap technique. If there is a strong trap, then it will definitely be able to resist the dark demon beast. And it's the easiest thing to level up. Long Fei did not give up on the trap technique. It was just like an array formation. I'll try again. And then, Long Fei didn't give up and once again exchanged for a trap scroll and used it. It was a half-meter deep pit and there was a pile of dog shit in it. He was no different from what he was before. But the only change was that the second trap was a result of the first trap. The original trap was only half a meter deep, but when the two traps were added together, it would become a meter deep. Long Fei frowned. He then fell into deep thought. Following that, Long Fei tried again. It deepened by another half a meter. As expected, Long Fei's eyes shone with a bright light. If there is such a superposition, then it will be interesting. In an instant, Long Fei jumped out again, looking at the sky. He thought to himself, there isn't much time left, I need to speed up. After Long Fei left, the avian descended again, and looked at the trap that Long Fei had set up. It had an indifferent expression. Can a trap like this stop the demon beast? She felt some disdain. Who? Bird person looked at the sky and muttered, a new day has begun, and new demon beast will appear again. He, a human, can't even resist it. Relying on him? Will he really be my savior? Bird person was puzzled. She had become a prey in the beast's sight, and had also been a hunter before. After having been reincarnated several times, she had been waiting for someone who could get her out. However, now that a human had appeared, she could not see any hope. Bird person's eyes flashed as he looked at the savage heavenly peak. He clenched his fists tightly. No matter what, I must rush out. Then, the birdman's wings moved, schwa. He soared into the sky and disappeared. Exchange. System notification. The exchange of trap scrolls has succeeded. Exchange value, 100 points. Exchange. 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 Long Fei crazily exchanged, changing the soaring wings into exchange value, and then converting all his exchange value into trap technique, using all his exchange value. Madness was like going berserk. In the east, the sky was turning white. At various peaks, the voices of the powerhouse S rang out. The new day has begun. Beast sight can begin again. Ha ha ha. I really look forward to it. Today we will destroy everything. That human and that strange bird. Quick, quick, quick. Today is my turn to be the banker, so hurry up and place your bet. No matter how much you bet, I will accept it all. Ha ha. Long Fei and the others could not hear what those people were saying. No one in the world could hear it. The immortal Master Lu Yuan said slightly, "Isn't this too cruel?" Immortal Master Lu Yuan, what do you mean? Damn! Why didn't you say it was cruel before? Exactly. What's so cruel about us messing with us? Everyone began to criticize him. The immortal Master Lu Yuan said, after all, every plane has the law and order of every plane. Does this disrupt the law and order of every plane? Also, do you think it's fair to use the demon beast from another world to fight against the three of them? As soon as he finished, everyone immediately laughed out loud. Ha ha! Fair. Is there such a thing as fairness in this world? Do you think it's fair that the god's tribe controls all the inheritance's power in the ancient world? Immortal Master Lu Yuan, are you going to bet or not? If you don't want to bet, then shut up. Don't ruin our mood. Fair? There was no such thing as fairness. Whoever had the toughest fist would be fair. Otherwise, everything would have been for naught. The space between Immortal Master Lu Yuan's eyebrows tightened, and said faintly, I bet 100 million grand mist crystals on that human winning. Chapter 2403. I want them dead as much as they come. Chapter 2403. I want them dead as much as they come. As soon as he finished, everyone was shocked and immediately quieted down. How much did he say? 100 million grand mist crystals? Holy sh*t, he's so generous? Who did he bet on to win? That human. Ha ha. Ha ha. I thought you wanted to bet on the demon beast winning. Fine, let's go. I don't care what kind of relationship you have with the human king, but with so many people here, I can testify them. As they spoke, they continued to speak in a low voice. In any case, the position of the human king in the universal realm is already nothing, and the position of overlord has been shortened. Immortal Master Lu Yuan's eyes turned sinister. What did you say? Say what? I am the human king. Right now I am just an ordinary cultivator. He is no longer an overlord. That person was also not afraid of anything. The human king used to be very popular. However, after that kid from the dragon race fell, the dragon race pledged allegiance to him. The mortal king's most prized disciple, Tang Renjie, had fallen and fought the gods' tribe 10 times in a row, losing 10 times in a row. What else does the king have? Nonsense. He scolded them harshly. They simply did not give Immortal Master Lu Yuan any face at all. And what he said was the truth. All those years ago, he had placed his hopes on a lowly human, but what happened in the end? Not to mention the failure of the extradition, even his favorite disciple had died. Furthermore, with the sudden betrayal of her ally Long Wutian, the power of the human king had shrunk rapidly in the universal realm. It had failed 10 times in a row, so the human king was probably left with one of the inheritance power. Other than this, he had nothing else. Immortal Master Lu Yuan clenched his fists tightly, the anger in his heart surging. At this time, that person said, Immortal Master Lu Yuan, 100 million grand mist crystals is not a small number. Can you take it out? Don't say I despise you, I think you'd better take it out. Immortal Master Lu Yuan turned his right hand, and a purple gold crystal mountain appeared in his palm. The purple gold gave off a dense qi, causing everyone's eyes to be dumbstruck. Grand Mist Crystal Mountain. 100 million is enough. Damn, Immortal Master Lu Yuan, when did you become so rich? Don't tell me this is the Grand Mist Crystal that you were preparing to break through into the next realm? You really put in a lot of effort, but you made the wrong bet, betting on that human to win? Ha ha. These 100 million Grand Mist Crystals have gone to waste. Immortal Master Lu Yuan did not speak. These 100 million Grand Mist Crystals were truly the cultivation resources he needed to enter into closed-door seclusion to break through to the next boundary. But he trusted Long Fei. If Long Fei truly had the power of the ancient inheritance, then he would definitely be able to win. The will of heaven cannot be defied. The will of the ancient world was even more irreversible. Immortal Master Lu Yuan said lightly, Ocean King, that strange bird is yours as well, right? That's right. Are you interested? Sea King said coldly. Immortal Master Lu Yuan said, I bet 100 million Grand Mist Crystals on that human to win. If I win, give me that strange bird. 100 million Grand Mist Crystals for a strange bird? Not to mention one. Even 10 million would be enough. Sea King was stunned and said, Did I hear wrong? Immortal Master Lu Yuan said, I didn't hear wrong. Sea King laughed and said, All right, you said it yourself. No one is forcing you. All right. Forget so much, I can't even wait. I bet he won't be able to hold on for an hour. Let's start. I can't wait either. Sea King smiled as he looked at Immortal Master Lu Yuan and said, Immortal Master Lu Yuan, you have lost for sure. Ha ha ha. And then, Sea King's robes began to emit popping sounds. With a flip of his right hand, the power in his body surged. Boom. A loud sound echoed out. A thick black cloud suddenly appeared. Door of darkness, open. Boom. The air became distorted, and in a flash, the door of space-time opened its mouth. Immediately after, dark figures started descending one by one, each of them extremely ferocious, their bodies burning with a black flame. Roar. With a roar, all the strange darkness beasts in the door of spacetime seemed to have awakened as they crazily rushed out of the door. Boom! Boom! Groups after group. The powerhouse on the mountain peak boiled over. Ha ha! Sea King, is that alien demon from the dark world? That's right. It's the alien demons. Although their rank is not high, their attacks can be said to be the most ferocious monsters in the dark world. Ha ha! Then that kid wouldn't even be able to hold on for a minute, let alone an hour. Immortal Master Lu Yuan also frowned. He had thought that the Ocean King would release a powerful dark demon beast, but he never thought that it would be this kind of alien demon. He also attacked at a fast speed. Extremely bloodthirsty. It was also extremely brutal. If this was a weakness, then it was likely that he wouldn't be able to fly. It was obvious. Sea King was purposely targeting Long Fei this time. That strange bird could fly, the alien spirit demon couldn't do anything about it, even if Long Fei could fly. He wouldn't be able to hold on for long, this battle. No doubt about it. Hai Wang looked at Lu Yuan's worried expression and laughed. Immortal Master Lu Yuan, surrender and you will lose half. You still have a chance. The door of spacetime of the dark world had not closed yet, but the alien demons were still crazily rushing into the wilderness. Lu Yuan frowned and said, I, Lu Yuan, do not know what surrender means. Sea King laughed coldly and said, All right, I'm definitely going to win your 100 million Grand Mist crystals. As soon as he finished speaking, a loud exploding sound came from the door of spacetime. Boom! Rumble! Thunder raged, crazily exploding. An incomparably gigantic alien demon appeared and stood at the mouth of the door of spacetime. With a glance, he revealed a cold and scornful look, and then fell down heavily. Holy **T. Alien Queen, this. It's a moving mother nest. It can produce dozens of seeds every minute, and it can hatch out in a minute this. Just this alien queen is enough to destroy this plane. Sea King, this time you played it a little too big, I like it, ha ha ha. Everyone became even more excited. The space between Immortal Master Lu Yuan's eyebrows tightened even more. Sea King sneered, I gave you a chance, hee hee. You have lost for sure, just like the Mortal King, you are destined to be a loser. Boom! Boom boom boom. In the distance, the sound of intense footsteps came from the forest. Thunderous rumbles raged like thunder. Holy **T. How many demon beasts are there? Long Fei's gaze tensed up. Transformers cupped his fists and said heavily, Boss, we can go all out today. A cold glint flashed in Bird Person's eyes as he said, He's dead for sure today. Long Fei slightly smiled and said, Today you all don't need to do anything, just stand there and watch. I want all of you to die no matter how many that comes. Chapter 2404, Quick, Let's Flee. Chapter 2404, Quick, Let's Flee. The ground rumbled as it neared. In the distance, dust filled the air as numerous towering trees were forcibly smashed into pieces, and broken branches flew everywhere. The flames of darkness seemed to cover the entire sky. A black cloud pressing down on a city. Bird Person looked into the distance and muttered, unable to block, this is alien demon of the dark world, the strongest demon beast in the dark world, moreover. One demon beast might not be powerful, but a group of them all have terrifying fighting capabilities. I have read in the records of the pagoda that the most ferocious demon beast in the dark world are the alien demons. This group of alien demons are at least 10,000 more. Bird Person looked at Long Fei and said, I think we should just escape. 10,000. When Long Fei heard this word, his mind tensed up as he muttered to himself, If one head has 100,000 points experience, 10 heads will be 1,000,000, 100 heads will be 10 million, 1,000 heads will be 100 million, 10,000 heads. Damn, 1 billion. If plus double EXP. 2 billion. Ha ha. It's going to be sent out soon, it's going to be sent out soon. I'm definitely going to send it this time. Long Fei revealed an excited smile. Looking at Long Fei's excited expression, Bird Person could not help but ask, "You can still laugh? Do you know how fierce they are?" Long Fei laughed. "Of course I'm laughing, I'm still going to laugh. Ha ha ha." He thought to himself, 2 billion experience, what level can that raise me? Bird Person's eyes had a look of disdain. He looked at Long Fei and coldly said, "Ignorant." Long Fei also could not be bothered to care about it, and thought in his heart, "I'm ignorant? Later on, you will know whether this daddy is ignorant or an omnipotent savior." Boom! Boom! Rumble! The monster army was getting closer and closer to him, and also, when they rushed out of the door of spacetime, they immediately locked onto Long Fei's presence, because in the entire beast site, only Long Fei was a human. The aura of a human was like fresh blood that stimulated the alien demons. Hiss, hiss, the piercing hissing sound was getting closer and closer, like some kind of radio wave. The stones on the ground trembled. The tree was shaking. A hurricane swirled in the air as it crazily attacked. Transformers swallowed his saliva for a moment and said, "Boss, aren't we going to do something?" She wanted to see what tricks Long Fei could come up with, and she also clearly knew the weakness of these alien demons. Flight. However, she didn't say it. Long Fei grinned and said excitedly, "It's not time yet." It was getting closer and closer. The air began to vibrate. Stood at the very front and watched quietly. A sharp light flashed in his eyes, and there was not the slightest trace of fear in them. Transformers stood beside him. Long Fei was not worried, but he was a little worried. He continuously looked at Long Fei, but did not say anything. Suddenly, swish! An alien demon rushed out of the dense forest and pounced towards Long Fei. His body was pitch black, his eyes gleaming with green light, his tail trailing behind him. His teeth were crisscrossed, sharp, and ugly. He was covered in mucus. He looked just like the alien in the movies from his past life. Long Fei could not help but think to himself, could it be that the alien world from the science fiction movies from my previous life is also a plane within the universal large world? Hiss! When the alien demon landed, he roared at Long Fei. Green mucus gushed out of his mouth. Transformers clenched his fists, wanting to rush out. However, just at that moment, Long Fei suddenly shouted out, "Run!" It was simply a sudden change of scenery. Transformers and Avian didn't know how to react. Long Fei turned and ran. Transformers was stunned for half a second and immediately caught up, asking, "Boss, this is your plan?" Long Fei smiled faintly and said, "That's right." Bird Person did not rush out immediately. Seeing Long Fei running away, she immediately said disdainfully, "I knew you were useless. Flee. You think you can escape from the alien demons? It seems like you're not the person I'm waiting for." Bird Person felt a sense of loss. She didn't give up hope for Long Fei. If he could withstand the demon beast of the dark world, she might even believe that Long Fei was the person she was waiting for. Long Fei escaped. He ran away like an idiot. This also meant that Long Fei was not the person she was waiting for. Long Fei would die. Because, had not been able to avoid the alien demon's chase. Escaping was waiting for death. The more power you have to run, the more those alien demons will chase. Watching Long Fei escaping into the forest without a trace, the avian's eyes were filled with loneliness, and he muttered, "You shouldn't have appeared here in the first place. I was the one who brought you in here. I'll take you out." Bird Person flapped his wings, schwa. He soared into the sky and disappeared in the blink of an eye. She was the one who brought Long Fei and Transformers into beast sight. Since Long Fei was not the person she was waiting for, she should send him out. Boom! Rumble! Rumble! It was just as the avians had said. The more Long Fei escaped, the more the alien demons chased him, and the more fierce they became. Ha ha ha! I thought this kid could come up with some tricks, but it turns out he's just running away. You don't even know how you died when comparing your speed with that of an alien demon. We won. It's stable this time. Ha ha ha! Immortal Master Lu Yuan, you have lost for sure this time. Many people became complacent. Immortal Master Lu Yuan stared intently at Long Fei, his heart filled with worry. What is he planning to do? Is he unprepared? That's right, even if he's strong, he might not be a match for warriors of the Dark World's demon beast. Moreover, his cultivation is not strong at all. But, ancient alchemy technique. We absolutely cannot die like this. Immortal Master Lu Yuan was secretly prepared. No matter what, he would not let Long Fei die here. I can't do it. He will bring Long Fei to Universal Realm. Huff! Immortal Master Lu Yuan let out a light breath. Sea King looked at him and laughed coldly. What is it? Are you nervous? Ha ha ha! I really don't know why you chose him. Just wait and lose. And then, Sea King's idea was released and immediately covered the entire beast site. In that instant, the alien demons looked like they were on stimulants as they became even more excited, and their speed became even faster. He's catching up. Boss, we're going to catch up. Let's fight with them. Transformers said anxiously. Alien in front of them was about to bite their butt. The troops behind him immediately caught up. In this situation, if he were to continue running, he would only be waiting for death. There was no more road in front of them. They had already escaped to the Savage Gate and were surrounded on three sides by the mountain. This was a dead end. At this moment, Long Fei heaved a sigh of relief and said, Kong Kim, follow me. Faster! Chapter 2405, Invincible Trap, Great Deep Pit. Chapter 2405, Invincible Trap, Great Deep Pit. King Kong was stunned. Flying over? Where to? Flying up the mountain? Flying out of Savage Gate? However, with their cultivation, they could not fly far, and once they got close to the rest's true essence, their cultivation would be suppressed and they would not be able to escape. However, the Transformers watched as Long Fei suddenly flew into the air, and the Transformers also flew out. He could not fly, but under the quick impact, he could jump very far. The avian, who was watching Long Fei silently, revealed a helpless sneer in his eyes. Is this your so-called plan? What an idiot! Bird Person spread out his wings and flew towards Long Fei. Since he had already reached Savage Gate and flew over, Long Fei would be free to go. Because the game of Powerhouse had a rule, everything could only be played inside the beast site. Long Fei was not a person of the beast site, so if he were to escape, the strange beasts in the beast site would not follow him out, and neither would the other Powerhouse. This was because if any of the strange beasts managed to escape, the entire world would be in chaos. They cannot afford it. The avian flew towards Long Fei. Long Fei and Transformers just happened to land at the bottom of the cliff. Long Fei wiped the cold sweat off his forehead and muttered, I almost got bitten. Transformers was also breathing heavily, saying, Boss, what are we waiting for? Quickly climb up. At this moment, Bird Person also landed, and gave Long Fei a cold look, saying, I was the one who brought you all in, I'll bring you all out now. After he finished speaking, he moved to grab Long Fei. Long Fei's body shrank and said, Go out? Where to? I never thought of going out. Bird Person was stunned. Transformers also looked at Long Fei. Bird said, What are you thinking? Now that you still have a chance, your body will be torn apart if you pass through a bit more. At that time, you will be a dead man. The corner of Long Fei's mouth drew back and said, I don't need you to worry about that. And I said, I don't need you to do anything, just open your eyes wide and watch. Transformers whispered, Boss, I think we should just listen to her. There are too many beasts, we can't handle it at all. Long Fei took 2 steps forward and laughed lightly. Looking at the incoming alien demons, he bellowed, "Bastard, I'm right here. If I can bite you, it would count as my loss." Extremely arrogant. Very wild. Bird person looked at Long Fei disdainfully. She felt that this person was hopeless. The powerhouses on Savage Gate were also very unhappy. How arrogant. Brother Sea King, can you endure this? If I knew, I wouldn't have endured it anymore. A lowly ant actually dared to be so arrogant, turning against him. How infuriating. This kid is too arrogant. Indeed. Even though he was forced to a dead end, Long Fei was still as rampant as before. He didn't know if he was dead or alive. Sea King was also furious. His eyes turned sinister as he said gloomily, "You dare to look down on demon beast from the dark world, and dare to look down on my Sea King, is it only you, an ant? Die! Roar!" His aura was like lightning that instantly spread throughout the entire beast site. Immediately, those alien demons instantly went berserk, just like the boss berserk state. They all went berserk and crazily rushed forward. Die! Kid! A scene of utter destruction. The thick dark arrogance covered the entire sky. Terrifying. Long Fei stood there motionlessly as he looked at the alien demons that were rushing out. His eyes were even more excited as he said, "Come, come. Come with me." Transformers instantly entered battle state. The avian rose into the air and entered a state of combat. No matter what, she was enemies with all those powerhouses, so if Long Fei died, she would be the next to die. Right now, she and Long Fei were already on the same boat. Even if Long Fei was an idiot, she would still fight with him. However, she looked at Long Fei with a completely foolish expression. It was as if she was playing around and was smiling non-stop. It's here, it's here. Transformers took the lead. Long Fei pulled him back. I already said, just watch from the side. At this moment, Alien Goblin King rushed out. It was also in this moment that, bam! A alien demon fell down. A bottomless abyss had appeared. It was a bottomless abyss with a width of 100 meters and a length of 1,000 meters. It was pitch black, as though it was a gigantic depression in the ground. Only, just how deep was this bottomless abyss? Where does it lead? Even Long Fei himself did not know. He only knew. All the trap technique he had used millions of exchange value to exchange for, all of them added together. How deep was the bottomless abyss before his eyes? I really don't know. A bottomless abyss appeared out of nowhere. Transformers was stunned. She knew very well that in every place of beast sight, there was no such bottomless abyss. Furthermore, Long Fei had flown there just now. His goal was to lure the alien demons here. Bird person looked at the bottomless abyss. His heart sank, this place. Then, he looked at the surging alien demons. Bird person could not help but clench his fists as his heart became uncontrollably excited. This place will become their tomb. She looked at Long Fei. Long Fei still had that silly, excited smile on his face. Bang bang bang. Rumble. 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 The waves surged out like the tide and fell like the tide. Groups after groups of people fell into the bottomless abyss, and miserable screams continuously sounded from the dark abyss. At this time, in Long Fei's mind, the system beep was like firecrackers, crackling non-stop. Ding. Congratulations to player Long Fei for killing alien demons for obtaining 100,000 experience, 10,000 true chi points, and 1 arrogant god energy value. Ding. Congratulations to player Long Fei for killing alien demons for obtaining 100,000 experience, 10,000 true chi points, and 1 arrogant god energy value. Ding. Congratulations to player Long Fei for killing alien demons for obtaining 100,000 experience, 10,000 true chi points, and 1 arrogant god energy value. The prompt went berserk and the experience soared. At the same time, ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for obtaining Alien's Demon Blood. Recycling. Long Fei didn't even think about it, and immediately recalled it back. He needed 1,000,000 exchange value now. Yesterday, he had converted all his exchange value into trap technique and did not exchange double the amount of experience points. Ding. System notification. Exchange value plus 10,000 points. Ding. 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 Exchange for double experience scroll. Ding. Exchange successful. His experience points instantly doubled, and his leveling speed also increased by several times. At this time, the powerhouse at the peak of Savage Gate were stunned one by one. Especially Sea King, he looked completely dumbfounded. This, can you still play like this? Immortal Master Lu Yuan was excited. Good boy. Chapter 2406. This is F** King giving away benefits. Chapter 2406. This is F** King giving away benefits. How did a pit appear out of thin air? Moreover, and it's so deep? It has never appeared before. Who the hell is this kid? Stunned. One was more confused than the other. They were completely dumbfounded now. Those alien demon beasts were very manic under the trend of the Ocean King's power, and their charging speed was shockingly fast. Right now, it was impossible for them to even stop. He rushed forward one at a time. He fell down one after another, instantly dying. Even if he didn't fall to his death, he would have been drowned by a sea of dog shit. This scene. He couldn't control it at all. Both of Ocean King's eyes looked like they were about to spit fire. He hated the fact that he couldn't instantly rush to Long Fei's side and pull Long Fei's head off, and said in a gloomy voice, "This brat cheated." Immortal Master Lu Yuan immediately said, "Sea King, you can't afford to lose? Even if a brat from the lower realms cheated, could he fight against the alien demons from the Dark Realm? What's more, was he cheating? He's using his brain, see? The brain is a good thing, and I hope you have it too." Sea King glared and shouted, "Immortal Master Lu Yuan, you!" Immortal Master Lu Yuan laughed madly in his heart. He really did not think that Long Fei would use this kind of method to defend against alien demons. He felt that it was strange, in just half a night, how did he dig out such a huge pit? However, even though he was confused, Immortal Master Lu Yuan felt extremely good. He looked at Hai Wang and said, "What's wrong with me? Am I wrong? If you can't afford to lose, then don't play. If you play, then don't be like a child." Cluck, cluck, cluck. Cluck, cluck, cluck. Hai Wang gritted his teeth in anger and said, "I haven't lost yet. It's just a crater. I just want to see how deep this pit is. Even if it goes any deeper, I'll fill it up for him." Sea King's eyes turned sinister as he released another stream of power. At this moment, right at the back of the alien monster horde, the alien queen let out a loud roar. In that instant, the mother nest on the alien queen's body created the alien demons faster, wave after wave. In just half a minute, there were hundreds of alien eggs surrounding them, breaking out of their shells at an astonishing speed. The alien queen was the mother nest. It could crazily create alien. Sea King laughed coldly and said, "Deep pit? I just want to see how deep it is." As long as they could fill up the deep pit, Long Fei and the others would be dead. Immortal Master Lu Yuan was secretly nervous. Indeed, as long as Alien Queen continued to lay eggs, the alien demons would continuously rush up. Even if it was late at night, there would still be a time to fill the pit. At that time, Long Fei had become a turtle in the sky. Immortal Master Lu Yuan looked at Long Fei and thought to himself, "Brat, how will you deal with this?" He couldn't interfere. Once he intervened, the other powerhouses would intervene too. They would stop him. At that time, it would be even worse for Long Fei. Immortal Master Lu Yuan was secretly anxious. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for leveling up. Current level: Ninth level of essence condensation. It leveled up. It's only been a few minutes? Ha ha ha. Exchange, double experience scroll. Long Fei exchanged again. Every 3 minutes, Long Fei would be able to gather 1,000,000 exchange value in 2 minutes, and he would be able to maintain his double EXP, just like that. This feeling was too refreshing. Just like a tycoon. Boss, this is too cool, isn't it? Ha ha ha. Look at these stupid alien demons, I don't even know if they were caused by that idiot, they all fell down one by one, they are so stupid. The Transformers was overjoyed. As he stood at the side, his admiration for Long Fei was simply unable to be put into words. Bird Person's expression did not change, but her heart was shocked to the point that it seemed like lightning was rolling. Looking at Long Fei's confident smile, hope ignited in her heart once again, and she said to herself, "Could he be the person I want to wait for? He can change my fate? Can he help me restore my original appearance?" Bird Person felt his heart in chaos. 10 minutes passed. Ding. Congratulations to player Long Fei for leveling up. Currently at the first stage of the elixir level. Buzz. As his voice fell, a warm current flowed out of Long Fei's body, and his entire body felt indescribably comfortable. It was as if a small, thin true essence pill had been condensed within his pubes. Strength increased. All the bones in his body began to grow stronger. This was the power of leveling up. This feeling. Awesome. But it's not enough. It had only been half a year since he recovered his consciousness, and Long Fei had already gone from a body refining realm to a golden protector level. But to Long Fei, he was still not satisfied. He wanted an even higher realm. In his previous life, if he hadn't reached level 50 in half a year for a professional gamer, he might as well destroy his computer. Continue. I want the Emperor Zhen Wu's realm. Long Fei clenched both his fists tightly. Thinking of what Iyorong's master had said to him, and those words that could crush him, Long Fei was infuriated. Thinking about how Iyorong was forced to marry a eunuch, Long Fei felt like his heart was crying blood. Again. Long Fei roared fiercely, looked towards the distant peak of the sky mountain and said, "Is this all you have? Could you be stronger? How preposterous! Brat, you're courting death. This is too arrogant." Sea King was so angry that his face turned red. He really wanted to kill Long Fei, but he couldn't do anything either. The aura on his body stirred, once again entering Alien Queen's body. The speed at which the Alien Queen gave birth once again increased. At the same time, she let out a roar. Those alien demons rushed even more crazily into the pit, completely disregarding their own lives as they charged forward, one after the other. Bird Person was awoken by the Alien Queen's roar. Seeing that the alien demon beast were still incessantly rushing out, his eyebrows tightened and he immediately said, "It wants to use the alien demon's corpse to fill this bottomless abyss." Transformers said, "It's filled up just like that, don't you see how deep this bottomless abyss is?" Bird Person said, "There is an alien queen at the back of the forest. Even if she can't fill in the eggs in 1 day, what about 10 days or 100 days? If I guessed right, all of the eggs at the back of the forest are definitely alien." That was a whole piece of beast sight. If they were all alien eggs, then how many were there? Hearing these words, Long Fei's eyes glowed even more. Ha ha ha. I don't know who brought this alien queen over, but I really want to thank him properly. It's practically giving out benefits. Ha ha ha. I will die no matter how many times it takes. You want to fill up your father's trap? It doesn't exist. Hee hee, I will break through this place. I don't know. If you break through the Zhenwu continent, the plane won't explode, right? Long Fei muttered, "Fuck, I don't care anymore." Exactly. Thank you for your support. Chapter 2407 Sea King Enraged. Chapter 2407, Sea King Enraged. Ding. System notification. The exchange of trap technique is successful. Exchange value, 100 points. Ding. System notification. The exchange of trap technique is successful. Exchange value, 100 points. Ding ding ding. Long Fei quickly exchanged for the trap technique. He didn't know how many alien demons the alien queen could produce, but what did he have to say to that? He was prepared. Even if it could produce a lot of alien demons, they could still fight it out with it. Who wouldn't want the experience? Ding. Congratulations to player Long Fei for leveling up. Current level. 3rd stage of the elixir. This was already the 4th time, and also the 5th time that he had leveled up. However, this feeling of leveling up felt really good. Ha ha. As long as this alien queen can lay an unlimited number of eggs and the alien demons are continuously supplied, then rising to the Emperor Zhenwu's realm will not be a problem. Long Fei was excited. Even in his dreams, he wanted such an upgrade machine. It was like giving away experience. It was so satisfying that he didn't even want it anymore. The Birdman at the side looked at Long Fei. When Long Fei had broken through to the 3rd stage of the elixir, her heart thumped once again. This is the 4th time, so the aura on her body has become stronger. Did you break through again? Isn't this speed too fast? Bird Person could not understand Long Fei anymore. The man in front of him was too mysterious. Long Fei leveled up. Not only did the avians notice it, the powerhouse on the mountain peak also noticed it. However, they didn't pay too much attention to the matter of Long Fei's breakthrough. Because, to them, no matter how fast a warrior from a lower realm was, he was just like an ant crawling around in their eyes. This was the difference between a lower plane and a higher plane. Different planes, different law and order. An hour has passed and this brat is still alive and kicking. Sea King, are you sure you can do it? An old man who had bet that Long Fei would not be able to hold on for more than an hour was in a bad mood. The 4 earthly divine weapons disappeared just like that. Exactly. How many alien demon corpses does the bottomless abyss in front of this kid need to be filled to the brim with corpses? When you fill it up, our time might be up. Are you sure you can do it? If you can't, then let me do it. Wasting time. Everyone was dissatisfied with Ocean King. This was because the Dark Realm demon beast released by the Ocean King was not a threat to Long Fei in the slightest. Moreover, not only was Long Fei alive, he even took the opportunity to break through a few realms. What was this? They had come to the demon beast to ravage Long Fei, not to watch Long Fei ridicule the demon beast. Hai Wang's expression was extremely ugly as he said, "Everyone, don't worry. The big hole will be filled soon." He could already feel it. In a few minutes, the deep pit will be filled and the alien demon will tear Long Fei's body into 108,000 pieces. Boom! Boom! Rumble! The alien demons continued to rush into the deep pit, and the deep pit's rumbling sounds became clearer. This meant that the deep pit was about to be filled. Transformers took a look at the deep pit with his body. He could already see the alien demons in the deep pit. Then, looking at the endless stream of alien demons charging forward, the space between Transformers' eyebrows tightened, and he said lightly, "Boss, this deep pit is about to be filled." Once it was filled, then, if the alien demons rushed forward, they would die. The avian also looked at Long Fei. The corner of Long Fei's mouth drew back and said, "Don't worry." Ding. System notification. The exchange of trap technique is successful. Exchange value, 100 points. Ding. System notification. The exchange of trap technique is successful. Exchange value, 100 points. Ding. Long Fei was still frantically converting. The gigantic pit was filled with the corpses of alien demons. From the bottomless pit to the pit where one could see them, the alien demons inside the pit were no longer as easy to fall to their death. They were all looking up at Long Fei, who was at the edge of the cliff. Their eyes flashed with a strong, fierce light. 80 meters. 60 meters. 40 meters. They were getting closer and closer. It's almost full. Ha ha. Brat, I want to see what tricks you can come up with. A cold glint flashed in Ocean King's eyes. The deep pit was about to be filled. His alien demon army would immediately rush over and tear Long Fei apart. Many of the powerhouse from other realms revealed looks of excitement as well. Boom. Boom. Rumble. Another large wave of alien demons crashed into the crater, leaving only 10 meters deep, and at this depth, even a demon beast would not die. Hiss! A strong alien demon stood at the side, hissing out fiercely. The alien demon army in the forest all rushed out crazily. This wave. The giant hole couldn't hold on any longer. Transformers clenched his fists tightly, his eyes gleaming. The armor on his body trembled, and with a burst of power, he let out a rumbling sound as he entered into battle mode. With a flap of its wings, the avian took out its golden longsword and entered battle mode. The giant hole in front of him could no longer hold on. Now was the time for close combat. However, Long Fei was very calm, the 8 winds did not move, and Gu Jing remained calm. He still had a disdainful smile on his face as he watched the wave of alien demons charging towards him, and asked excitedly, "You want to charge over?" Hee hee. In the next life. As soon as he finished. Long Fei's mind turned sinister, the idea roared, 3000 trap technique open. Bam! Boom, boom, boom. In this instant, the trap technique that had been exchanged for most of the day exploded all at once. Moreover, they were all stacked together. The crater that was about to be filled suddenly sank. The ground shook and cracked. The demon beast in the deep pit immediately sank down. Down 3000 meters. In addition, at the same time, that huge wave of alien demons rushed over and fell down one after another, just like a female pig and a group of piglets falling into the water. Crash! The scene was hard to describe. Everyone was dumbfounded. Transformers' face was in a daze, his mouth was gaping wide, and after a long time he finally said one sentence, "Damn, this is possible?" The avian also looked at Long Fei in shock. Monster? The one who was the most stupefied was the Ocean King on the mountain peak. He was so angry that his entire body was on fire. His teeth were about to shatter as his anger soared to the heavens. Ah ah ah! He was constantly roaring with rage. It's like a nervous attack. I'm going to kill him, I'm going to kill him, ah! I must kill him. The crater was about to fill up, but suddenly it sank again. He wanted to drive people crazy. At this moment. Ding. Congratulations to player Long Fei for leveling up. Current level. 4th stage of the elixir. 10 seconds leveled up. This wave of experience was simply too great. Long Fei grinned and laughed excitedly, then looked towards the peak of the mountain in the distance and roared out, "Can you do more? It's not enough at all." Unusual arrogance. Sea King was so angry that he was about to go berserk. He couldn't hold it in. He really couldn't hold it in. Chapter 2408 Torturing, Begging for Help, Please Let Me Feel Good. Chapter 2408 Torturing, Begging for Help, Please Let Me Feel Good. Was he being humiliated by a lowly martial artist? Endure? He is the powerhouse of the universal realm. What does a mere Zhen Wu continent count as? Even if the powerhouse of the entire continent were to be added together, it wouldn't be enough to kill him. Now, in his eyes, one was like an ant. Moreover, it was simply not the strongest warrior in the Zhen Wu continent acting arrogantly in front of him, it was not putting him in his eyes at all. This was humiliating him, extremely humiliating him. He couldn't help it. Sea King's chi was burning, frantically staring at Long Fei. The killing intent was dense. Immortal Master Lu Yuan frowned and immediately reminded, "Sea King, this is a low plane, don't forget the rules we have drawn up." Fuck the rules. How dare a lowly ant humiliate me like this? If I don't kill him today, how can I, Sea King, survive in Universal Realm in the future? Didn't I become a laughingstock? The immortal master Lu Yuan said, "This is a low plane, there are laws here. Our appearance here is already breaking the rules. If you are going to kill people, then." Sea King's eyes turned sinister. The surrounding otherworldly powerhouse were also looking at the Ocean King. "Sea King, the rules are the rules. Since you've already made them, you must abide by them." "That's right. Who told your alien demon to have a fatal weakness that made it unable to fly? So be it. However, this brat really has some skill. Just based on his arrogant strength, I'll give him 100 points." Ha ha ha. Many people began to laugh. This made Hai Shui even angrier, as she stared at Long Fei gloomily with killing intent in her heart. Immortal Master Lu Yuan was on alert. He was very clear about Ocean King's cultivation level. Not to mention Long Fei, even the strongest true martial emperor in the Zhen Wu continent could not withstand even half a move from him. This was the difference between planes. He had to protect Long Fei. Because, with the ancient alchemy technique in Long Fei's body, just by this point alone, he might be able to make Lord Wang rise again, and perhaps even break the gods' tribe's monopoly on the Universal Realm's medicine market. All of these were on Long Fei. "Come again. It's just a tiny bit, it's not enough at all." Long Fei roared loudly. He leaned over and looked at the deep pit and thought to himself, "I wonder if the Zhen Wu continent will be penetrated. If the real plane really explodes, then that would be terrible." Boom! 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 Although Long Fei added another 3,000 meters to the deep pit, the alien demon beast still did not stop their attacks and continued to rush down. However, the experience decreased. As Long Fei broke through the fourth stage of the elixir, the alien demon's experience dropped from its original 100,000 points to 50,000 points. In an instant it was reduced by half. This made Long Fei a little unhappy. Fortunately, he still had double the experience points, and adding the fact that there were so many demons in the alien, he could still meet the requirements to level up. 1 hour later. Ding! Congratulations to the player Long Fei for leveling up. The current level is Elixir level 5. Upgrade again. However, this upgrade took a full hour. After the upgrade, Alien Demon's experience points had been reduced again, and they only had 20,000 points left. No way. If this goes on, I will suffer a huge loss. Now that he only had a fifth of his EXP bar remaining, coupled with the amount of EXP he needed to level up, this speed was simply too slow. Long Fei looked into the distance and said, "Are there any stronger demon beast? Release them all. I'll kill as many as you can. Aren't you two otherworldly powerhouse? Can you put a bit more effort? It's not good enough at all. Begging for torture. Please control it. Please let me feel good." Long Fei roared. The alien demon was already out of luck. If he wanted to level up now, he would probably need at least 24 hours. Long Fei thought to himself that he had to break through the Emperor Zhen Wu's realm the fastest way. He wanted to crush everything in God's sect gathering, not just the Zhao family, but also Yi Yorong's master. So what if there was no blood vein? This old man will still trample all of you. Upgrade, become stronger. Long Fei really desired it too much. Long Fei's words had greatly stimulated the Ocean King, as he was already on the verge of going berserk. You all heard it? Let him continue acting so arrogantly. Where are we going to put our old faces? This is just a lowly plane. How dare you, an ant, look down on us? Shouldn't we show him some color? Sea King said angrily. Sea King, don't be so excited. I think this kid is very interesting. Ha ha. I also feel that there's no fear of death at all. I have never seen such a person who is not afraid of death. Interesting, very interesting. Does anyone know this kid's name? There were not only many powerhouse from other realms, but many people were also interested in Long Fei. Because of Long Fei's arrogance and domineering attitude. Because Long Fei was not afraid of death. Furthermore, it was because he was able to fend off the aliens' demon army in the dark world by himself. Immortal Master Lu Yuan wanted to say Long Fei's name, but he swallowed his words back. He did not want anyone to find out about Long Fei. Ancient alchemy technique. Once he was exposed, the gods' tribe would definitely not let him off. To provoke the gods' tribe would be an existence that would never be reborn. Immortal Master Lu Yuan slightly said, "A lower realm warrior is insignificant. Immortal Master Lu Yuan, you are the only one who bet on him to win, do you understand him?" Everyone looked at Immortal Master Lu Yuan. Before this, no one had ever bet on a human and win. Immortal Master Lu Yuan was the first one. Immortal Master Lu Yuan immediately laughed. "I just feel that he is very special, I want to see his potential." "Can't be. With just these alone, will you place a bet of 100 million grand mist crystals on yourself?" "Exactly. Immortal Master Lu Yuan, stop hiding it from us. Tell us, are you in contact with him alone? You can't be thinking of bringing him into Universal Realm, right? If you don't have that intention, then I do. Although this guy looks average, doesn't have any talent, doesn't have any blood vein, I feel that he's very special, especially his arrogant temperament. Don't fight with me, he's my last disciple." F***CK, you want to steal from me? I'm in a hurry with you. Just as everyone was fighting over Long Fei, Sea King's figure suddenly disappeared. It was incredibly fast. Immortal Master Lu Yuan reacted and his heart was shocked. "Damn it. Turn around." Immortal Master Lu Yuan shouted, "Sea King, you dare?" "Ah ha ha. Ha ha." Sea King's wild laughter exploded above the beast's sight. His figure changed and instantly landed on top of Long Fei's head. With flames in his eyes, he struck his palm down. "You dog, go and die." Chapter 2409 Absolute Immortality Mode. Chapter 2409 Absolute Immortality Mode. Everything happened too quickly. It was so fast that he was unable to react. Immortal Master Lu Yuan was always on guard against Ocean King's attacks on Long Fei. But, just half a second of carelessness. His heart sank even more as he increased his speed to the limit. Strange lights appeared in the sky above the entire Zhen Wu continent. Chaos of laws and order. This was because the power of the otherworldly powerhouse was interfering with the operation of the laws in the Zhen Wu continent. For a moment, the power of two powerhouse from another realm caused the entire Zhen Wu continent to become chaotic. Countless powerhouse flew out. Powerhouse of the Zhen Wu realm. Old monster of the Zhao family. Eorong's master. The demon elder of the magic tribe. Countless were injured and staring at the sky. They wanted to know the reason behind the chaos in the code, but they didn't even know where their cultivation bases were. It was impossible to sense the existence of the Ocean King and the others, because, to Ocean King and the others, true martial emperor was like a 3-year-old child, an existence that couldn't withstand a single blow. Beast sight. Long Fei frowned, his pupils shrinking rapidly. At this moment, he felt as if the heavens were crushing him. The power of the Ocean King was too strong, to the extent that it was indescribable. His cultivation was only at the 5th stage of the elixir. His strength was nothing compared to the Ocean King's. That palm strike. He. Long Fei clenched his teeth so hard that his teeth made popping noises. His heart was filled with dissatisfaction. "I'm too weak. I'm too weak." Long Fei roared in his heart. Facing Hai Wang's crushing pressure, he couldn't do anything. His entire body was like a log, there was no reaction at all. Roar. Transformers roared, with a move of his two heads, His huge body rose from the ground, and with 2 punches, he shouted, "King Kong powerful fist!" Both fists struck out at the same time, like a heavy cannon. However, his fist was still 10 meters away from Hai Wang when the gauntlet on his fist shattered. The armor on his body crumbled into fine powder and shattered into pieces. Transformers himself was sent flying as well, blood spurting out wildly from his mouth. There was a crash a kilometer away. It was unknown whether he was dead or alive. Ah! Bird Person also let out a loud roar. His eyes were filled with anger and a cruel killing intent. The golden sword in his hand shot out in fright, and his sword pierced through the sky. It was the Sea King who forcefully brought her away from her hometown. She became the Sea King's toy. To fight for him, to make him happy. The Sea King was the person she hated the most. Even though she knew very well that she wasn't a match for him, but at this moment, Bird Person charged forward without any hesitation. His long sword slashed out, not waiting for her to slash down. Boom! The avian exploded outwards. Its body couldn't even get close. Moreover, Hai Wang didn't even look at her as his aura exploded. Rumble! The golden armor on his body shrunk rapidly. Puff! Blood sprayed wildly. The Birdman's body also exploded 1,000 meters away, smashing into the hillside. The mountain exploded, burying her inside. It was unknown whether he was dead or alive. Savage. Extremely savage. He was also a peerlessly powerful existence. The aura of an Earth-stage demon beast exploded. It was the same for the avians in the force of variation. Long Fei's mind trembled. He didn't know what to do. Sea King was too strong. He was so strong that he had no chance of survival. He was so strong that he was like a small stone while his opponent was a 10,000-meter-tall mountain. His mind was trembling and his body was shaking. This was the first time Long Fei felt despair. Incomparable despair. There was no trace of hope. Brat, continue being arrogant. No matter how arrogant he is. You dog, you dare to humiliate me? Sea King was furious to the extreme. His roar was like thunder. He did not want to use his pressure to crush Long Fei. He wanted to crush Long Fei into fine powder with a single palm strike. Sea King's voice exploded within Long Fei's mind. He had always thought that he was very strong, even when he was facing the powerhouse of the true martial emperor. But now, he. Long Fei was determined to take the initiative and grind his teeth. He clenched his fists tightly as he looked at the incoming Ocean King. Suddenly his body stopped shaking. His mind was no longer trembling. At this moment, Long Fei became incomparably calm. F***CK. With a curse, Long Fei's eyes flashed with a bright light. Human lives are in the sky. If one does not die after tens of thousands of years, he will die. Confess. I never knew how to write the word coward. While they were talking, Long Fei flipped his right hand. This time, he did not care, and directly ate the undead powder. After the spirit pellet entered his body did not have any changes. Undead powder, the dead used it to revive. If consumed by a living person, the person would definitely not die within 3 minutes. It was just that. The spirit pill did not have any change after entering his body, which made Long Fei shiver in his heart. Damn, could it be that the pill I consumed was fake? The system wouldn't lie to Lousy, right? It was too strange. He didn't feel it at all, not even a trace of spiritual energy. At this moment, Long Fei did not care that much as he looked at Hai Wang and said, "You want to kill me? You're not F***King qualified. Come on, come on." Rumble. A palm struck down. The sky and earth trembled, and the entire vast wilderness was shaking. The ground cracked. Space itself shattered. The law of space and time were twisting as it wreaked havoc. Immortal Master Lu Yuan's heart sank. He froze in midair and said, "We're finished." With this palm, let alone Long Fei, even the powerhouse S of the true martial hall were burnt to ashes. Even their residual souls would not be left behind. If that was the case, then he would truly die without a single chance left. All of the powerhouse from other realms were stunned. His eyes were filled with shock and discontent with the Ocean King's actions. Ocean King, aren't you being too reckless? What a good seedling, gone just like that. Sea King, have you King gone mad? What the hell are you doing? He was dissatisfied, but he did not make a move. Because the chaos in the Zhenwu continent was very serious. If they were to attack again, then the entire Zhenwu continent would probably be destroyed. It was simply unable to endure the attacks of so many powerhouses. At this point, this was the only way out. However, just when their hearts turned cold. Ha ha ha! Ha ha ha! Wahahaha! Laughter raged. He was abnormally excited, arrogant. The dust dispersed. The palm of the Ocean King struck onto Long Fei's head, but Long Fei did not disappear like smoke. Instead, he just stood there and laughed crazily. This scene. It was shocking to the extreme. It was impossible to describe. Sea King's pupils constricted, as if he had seen a ghost. Long Fei revealed his bloody teeth, enunciating every word. Kill me? Who do you think you are? How could you kill my life? Don't even think about touching a single hair on your father's head. Who do you think you are? Undead powder. Undying state. As long as it was on the Zhenwu continent, with any power, even the powerful forces of a foreign world would not be able to kill Long Fei. He definitely wouldn't die within 3 minutes. The Table of Contents. Table of Contents. The undead powder would definitely not die. Of course, this was also limited to the plane of the Zhenwu continent. Once it surpassed the realm of the Zhenwu continent, the pellet would not be of this attribute. The laws of each level. Those who could break the law were all powerhouse who possessed the highest amount of power. Sea King was a cultivator of universal realm. He was strong. However, his strength could only mess up the laws. It was unable to break the rules of the Zhenwu continent. In other words, no matter what power he used, he would not be able to kill Long Fei within 3 minutes. This was the protection of the law. With that palm strike, Long Fei's forehead faced the Ocean King's palm. Other than a trickle of blood flowing out of his mouth, his entire body was unscathed. Kill me! Who the fuck are you? Long Fei grinned and said coldly. This voice. It was filled with a domineering aura. Arrogant to the point of being a complete mess. This. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. This, he actually didn't die? This. The on top of the mountain peaks were all stupefied, because what happened just now made them feel that it was extremely sudden. It was something that couldn't happen. He actually didn't die? Is this kid a monster? Sea King's power can destroy the entire Zhenwu continent, but he's not dead yet? Oh my god! Could this kid be the reincarnation of some sort of deity? No. I like this kid too much. Sea King, forget it. Don't be too excessive. I have already taken a fancy to this brat. I want to take him in as my disciple. This is going too far. Those powerhouse began to criticize him one by one. If he did not die after one blow, it would be enough to shock them. This also showed that Long Fei was different from the masses, and he was definitely not an ordinary person. Immortal Master Lu Yuan also recovered from his shock, thinking in his heart, how can this be? Before this, Suddenly, the scene of Long Fei consuming a medicinal pellet appeared in his mind. That pill. Immortal Master Lu Yuan's mind was violently shaken, the pill refined by the immortal flower. Could it be? The pill he refined is a undead powder? In that second, Immortal Master Lu Yuan felt like he was struck by lightning. The immortal flower was a spirit grass specially cultivated by the human king. It was used to develop a undead powder and used its immortal body to resist the gods' tribe's medicine. However, hundreds of thousands of years had passed, but no matter how hard they tried, the human king had never succeeded. He did not manage to refine a undead powder once, even. The human king himself had given up. Last night, when Long Fei was refining the immortal flower, he did not observe to see what kind of pill Long Fei had refined. What he was paying attention to was Long Fei's alchemy technique. Who would have thought? I never thought that he would actually refine a undead powder. Immortal Master Lu Yuan's heart was like a monstrous wave that surged over, feeling incomparable shock. He knew the second attribute of undead powder. If a dead person could revive him, he would definitely be even more shocked. Good boy! What the F***ck, Immortal Master Lu Yuan was extremely excited. He looked at Long Fei and said, "We can't die, we absolutely can't die." In not being able to destroy Long Fei with a single strike, Sea King Hai was already extremely angry. Long Fei's words made him even more crazy. Both of his eyes turned sinister as he stared straight at Long Fei and said, "You dog, let me see how long you can continue being so stubborn for." Boom! His aura exploded forth. Sea King moved both his hands. Nantian Monument, Giant Stone Town. Bang! With that said, the sky twisted. Without waiting for Long Fei's response, a gigantic boulder suddenly dropped from the sky, directly smashing right above Long Fei's head. Sea King, this is too much. This is too much. He actually used a secret art. Can you at least show some face when dealing with a lower realm martial artist? Everyone criticized. But they still did not act. However, the immortal Master Lu Yuan did not care as he took a step forward and landed beside Hai Wang, shouting, "Stop! Undead powder only existed in legends. What were its attributes?" Immortal Master Lu Yuan did not know. What kind of undying state was this? He didn't know. Therefore, he couldn't let Long Fei take the risk. However, when the immortal Master Lu Yuan landed, Sea King swept his cold eyes across the place, and a stream of power from his body immediately rushed out. He shouted angrily. Immortal Master Lu Yuan scrammed to the side. Boom! Their auras were like rainbows as they rumbled forth for 10,000 kilometers. The aura on Immortal Master Lu Yuan's body condensed and flashed with a golden light. A giant shield that soared into the sky appeared in front of him, blocking Sea King's attack. It was at this moment. Long Fei had no way of resisting it, nor did he have the time to react. In front of the strong power of the Ocean King, he could do nothing. The only thing he could do was to carry it. Rumble! The gigantic stone smashed onto Long Fei's body. Long Fei's body sank, and was immediately smashed to the ground by the stone. His entire body was in unspeakable pain, but he just wouldn't die. Kill me! Come on. If you can't kill me, you're just a piece of trash. Long Fei's heart was also bursting with anger. Even if he had the slightest hope of defeating Ocean King, he would still try his best. However, he had no hope at all. He didn't die. Ha ha ha! This kid is invincible. What kind of power is this? Interesting, interesting. Sea King, don't bring shame upon yourself. You should wash up and go home to sleep. Do you have the nerve to do so? The second time round, Long Fei didn't die. Hai Wang's old face could not be put on hold at all. He was so angry that his entire body was on fire. In an instant, descending from the sky, an incomparably immense power smashed down onto the enormous stone tablet that was crushing Long Fei's body. I want to split you into two. Boom! The power of one-layered heavens crushed down on the enormous stone steel. Just as the power was transferred downwards, the immortal Master Lu Yuan moved. Both of his hands maliciously moved, and a slender long blade appeared in his hands. With a move of the long blade, it flew out. It suddenly mutated in midair and transformed into an incomparably huge blade monster. Its entire body, which was made of diamond iron, directly smashed the giant tablet stone down. The enormous stone was shattered. Immortal Master Lu Yuan angrily rebuked, "Sea King, enough." Anger. Sea King's eyes turned sinister as he said gloomily. Immortal Master Lu Yuan scrammed to the side. "If you can't kill him today, I will write Sea King backwards. If you dare to stop me again, humph, I'll kill you too." He was furious. He didn't care about that much right now. Whoever stopped him would die. Immortal Master Lu Yuan was also furious. He must protect Long Fei and say, "Then kill him and see." Buzz! With a flash of golden light, the golden holy body on Immortal Master Lu Yuan burst forth, forming a heaven-defying defense. At this time, the giant stone crumbled into pieces, and Long Fei also crawled up from the ground. He was enraged in his heart. "Fuck, getting beaten up all this while is not my style. I have to think of a way to kill him." Chapter 24:11 Taking advantage of his illness to take his life. Chapter 24:11 Taking advantage of his illness to take his life. Unhappy, very unhappy. Even though it was in an absolutely immortal state. But after being beaten up for so long, the old flames of 8 generations of Long Fei's ancestors had started to rage. So what if he was a universal realm ranker? Even if he was the celestial emperor, he would still have a weakness. As long as he could grab hold of that momentary opportunity, he would immediately knock it all out. Then, that was great. However, Sea King's landing spot. Not to mention Long Fei, even if the strongest true martial emperor of the Zhen Wu continent appeared, he wouldn't be able to see through it. Even if he could see through it, would he dare to kill Universal Realm with his current strength? It could only be a dream. However, Long Fei would never give in. He believed that there must be a way. Moreover, he seems to have found a way. Immortal Master Lu Yuan. He thought to himself, "I definitely can't kill the Ocean King with my power. I can only rely on him to kill him. If he can seriously injure the Ocean King, then if you only give me 1 point of damage, then..." Being stomped like that, Long Fei was actually thinking about how to kill this super big boss, Sea King. He was a madman. The Immortal Master Lu Yuan idea entered Long Fei's mind and said, "Brat, I will have the Blade Monster send you out later. As long as you leave Heaven Gate Peak, the Sea King will not chase after you." Long Fei trembled and said, "Leave? I never thought of leaving." Immortal Master Lu Yuan was startled and asked, "Then what are you thinking about?" The Immortal Master Lu Yuan did not dare to go head-to-head with the Ocean King, whose cultivation was above him, so he could only use his defense to stall him and give Long Fei time to escape. As long as Long Fei escaped from Savage Gate, Sea King would no longer chase after him. However, he never thought that Long Fei would actually not want to leave. Long Fei said straightforwardly, "I want to kill him." Immortal Master Lu Yuan. He was speechless. Immortal Master Lu Yuan asked, "Do you know what level of cultivation he is at? If you can't even injure a single hair on his head with your strength, how are you going to kill him?" Long Fei said, "Don't I have you?" Immortal Master Lu Yuan. And then, Immortal Master Lu Yuan said, "I am also not his opponent. His cultivation is a bit higher than mine. I can't kill him, so listen to me now, immediately leave." Long Fei did not speak. His mind was thinking of other things. Arrogant God energy value plus this blade monster. I wonder if it's possible? No matter what, I'll have to try it all out. If I can defeat this boss, then I'll have unimaginable amounts of EXP. Long Fei clenched his fists. F***CK. Long Fei's eyes turned sinister as he roared loudly, "Grandson, you're here to kill grandfather. You want to kill grandfather? Do you think you're worthy? So what if it was a powerhouse from another world? You can't even harm a single hair on your father's head. You really aren't ordinary trash, ha ha ha. It had angered the Ocean King directly. Anger would lead to chaos. Chaos can only be an opportunity. Indeed, Sea King was already so angry that he was about to go berserk. His mind was not clear on the situation yet, but he only had one thought in his mind now: to crush Long Fei. As soon as Long Fei finished his sentence, Sea King was angry. Immortal Master Lu Yuan was also stunned. This brat? It's just a trap. Boom! Sea King's aura exploded, and all the strength in his body surged. His eyes were bloodshot as he gripped his hands together, and a huge sword appeared. He then moved in the air. One slash. Shwa! A thin rift appeared in the vast sky. It had been cut apart by his sword. At this moment, the golden light on Immortal Master Lu Yuan's body became even more dazzling. It was like the blazing sun. Rumble! 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 A loud sound rang out as the space was torn apart by the powerful force. The giant golden shield began to emit explosive sounds before shattering bit by bit. Immortal Master Lu Yuan's internal organs started to churn, and blood started to gush out of his throat as he forcefully suppressed them. Long Fei could not understand the fight just now. A fight between deities. He didn't know who would win or lose, and it didn't look much different. This made him very anxious, because time was running out and the undead powder only had a duration of 3 minutes. Once the time passed, Sea King could probably kill him with just a glance. No way. Long Fei was secretly shocked. I have to give him a chance. And then, Long Fei moved and said to the Immortal Master Lu Yuan, I'll give you a chance. In that one move just now, Immortal Master Lu Yuan had already suffered internal injuries. He wouldn't be able to recover at all within 8 to 10 years. To think that Long Fei still wants to fight. His heart tensed up as he looked at Long Fei, and started to ponder deeply in his heart. If this continued, his old life would probably be forfeited, but if he left now, even if Long Fei had the protection of the undead powder, he probably wouldn't be able to escape death. He hesitated. Just at this time, Long Fei had already jumped up. Pointing at Sea King's nose, he scolded, Come and kill me! Do you think you can kill me? Is that all you've got? It's some powerhouse from another world. I think they're just trash from another world. Sea King stared at Long Fei in anger. Ah! He let out a furious roar. The huge sword in his hand moved, and another 10,000 miles of sky was torn apart. Long Fei's pupils tightened as he roared, Opportunity! He did not try to avoid the attack, but rather used his full strength to block it. Because the undead powder still had a little time, he would not die yet. Immortal Master Lu Yuan woke up from being shocked by Long Fei. Clenching his fists, he gritted his teeth and roared in his heart, I'm risking my life for this. Zhang Xian exerted all of the strength in his body. Buzz! The moment Ocean King made his move, Immortal Master Lu Yuan also made his move. Long Fei secretly thought in his heart, I have to seriously injure him, I have to cripple him, I have to. Sea King only had Long Fei in his eyes. All of his power was used on attacking. He did not care about the attacks from the Immortal Master Lu Yuan because, as long as Long Fei died, everything would be over. Immortal Master Lu Yuan would never make a move again. The key point was, Long Fei had to die. Boom! The huge sword slashed across the sky and landed directly on top of Long Fei's head. Long Fei's body sank and shot towards the ground like a bullet. His entire body was inserted into the ground and he was in incomparable pain, but not dead. He just wouldn't die. At the same time, Long Fei stared at the sky angrily and bellowed, Ha ha! You will never be able to kill me, ha ha! Still not dead? The fury in Hai Wang's heart was monstrous, but it was also a mess. And in that moment of life and death, the Immortal Master Lu Yuan's attack fell. The powerful force knocked the Ocean King down from the sky. Rumble. He hit the rock hard. Sea King spurted out a mouthful of blood. He fell off the cliff and hit the ground, unconscious. Immortal Master Lu Yuan relaxed slightly in his heart. Phew. At this time, Long Fei's eyes flashed as his face revealed incomparable excitement. A powerhouse from another world, right? Your ancestors' chance is here, ha ha ha. Take advantage of his illness and take his life. Chapter 24:12 Underworld Fire. Chapter 24:12 Underworld Fire. Take advantage of his illness and take his life. This was a rule of war. In an instant, Long Fei immediately crawled up from the ground. In that instant, the idea moved, a parasitic possession technique. Boom! The idea went straight into the blade monster's sea of consciousness. At this moment, Immortal Master Lu Yuan immediately sensed it. You, Long Fei said, there's no time to explain, hand over the control of blade monster's sea of consciousness to me. The level of the parasitic possession technique wasn't high enough. Even if it was high enough, it would still be useless. The blade monster came from another world, so no matter how high the level was, Long Fei couldn't parasitize it on his body. The Immortal Master Lu Yuan didn't know what Long Fei was going to do. Ding. System notification. Parasite successful. Buzz. Long Fei's idea directly controlled the blade monster, and also at this moment, arrogant god energy value explode for me. There was no hesitation at all. The moment the arrogant god energy value exploded, Long Fei rushed forward. The aura on the blade monster also suddenly transformed as the blade chi around its body started to wreak havoc. Wherever it went, the space would shatter. The Immortal Master Lu Yuan herself was stunned. This. What kind of power is it? How come I've never seen it before? Blade monster. Is this my blade monster? The blade monster in front of him had completely changed its appearance and was completely different from its original strength. The powerhouse on the surrounding mountain peaks were also stupefied. Holy sh*t. Immortal Master Lu Yuan's blade monster did not look like this at first. How did they suddenly change? Isn't this guy's aura way too terrifying? Could this be the Immortal Master Lu Yuan's backing? Others might not know, but Immortal Master Lu Yuan was very clear that his blade monster was not like this at all. Furthermore, he thought about how Long Fei's idea had entered the sea of consciousness of the blade monster. He thought to himself, could it be him again? Then, he looked at Long Fei. He stood rooted to the spot with no expression on his face. Immortal Master Lu Yuan shivered again. Soul possession? Where did this kid get so many tricks? At this moment, the blade monster soared into the sky. Looking at the unconscious Hai Wang on the ground, it roared out in its heart, "You want to kill me? Now it's my turn to kill you." On the back of the blade monster, a huge bone-breaking blade appeared. He made a grab. He chopped at the top of Sea King's head. Die! When the pressure from the blade monster pressed down, everyone looked at it. Immortal Master Lu Yuan was also stunned. If this blade were to hit, even if Sea King didn't die, half of his life would be wasted. But right at this moment, Hai Wang's body suddenly flipped and stood up. Looking at the blade monster that was about to be crushed, his eyes turned sinister. "Bastard, you dare to be so presumptuous in front of me?" Boom! The sword moved. Swish! The sword intent raged, fiercely blocking the attack. He only had one chance. If he missed this opportunity, Long Fei reckoned that he would not have another chance. Moreover, right now, the undead powder only had a little more than 10 seconds remaining. If he did not kill it, Long Fei would die. No matter what. At this moment, even if he couldn't win, he still had to. Ah! Long Fei roared in his heart. He utilized the power of his arrogant god energy value to the extreme, and slashed with the bone-breaking blade. Shwa! Rumble! It landed directly on the greatsword. Flames flew in all directions as power wreaked havoc in the void. Crack! A crisp sound rang out. The gigantic sword cracked, and similarly, the bone-breaking knife was also cracking. However, the blade monster turned around and slashed down once again. Walala! The great swords were all shattered. The blade monster took out another bone-disassembling knife from its back and hacked it towards the Ocean King's head. Die! Long Fei roared. This was the only chance left. Hai Wang's eyes narrowed and a sneer formed on his lips. You overestimating yourself. Immortal Master Lu Yuan saw the cold smile on the corner of Ocean King's mouth and immediately shouted, Be careful. He charged forward. His right hand, which was like a ghost claw, reached out and made a grasping motion in the air. Rotten Ghost Hand. The Ghost Emperor's secret skill. Sea King. He once entered the Ghost King city. Could it be that he obtained the Ghost Emperor's inheritance? Crap! Then even its soul will be extracted. Not only the blade monster, I'm afraid that even that brat is in danger at the moment. Decay Ghost Hand, Ghost Emperor's inheritance. If even the powerhouse were wary of it, then how terrifying would it be? Moreover, when Sea King's ghostly hand moved, Long Fei immediately felt that something was wrong. He felt that his soul could not take it anymore and was about to be separated out from his body. Furthermore, the speed at which the blade monster descended had also become incomparably fast. The most important thing was, the time for the undead powder had come. What should we do? What should we do? Long Fei's brain continued to ponder. He had underestimated his opponent. After all, they were all powerhouses of the universal realm. Everyone had their own reasons. He never thought that the Ocean King would have such a move up his sleeve. Once his soul was sucked away, he would never be able to return back to the body of the real face. He must die. Giggle. Long Fei was unreconciled in his heart. I can't die just like this. Absolutely not. Staring at the Shanghai King on the ground, the idea sunk, forcefully controlling his soul. His body did not resist, borrowing the powerful suction to crazily rush down. At this moment, Immortal Master Lu Yuan did not rush up, but chose to protect Long Fei's flesh. A golden light surrounded Long Fei's body, and with a movement of his body, he rushed towards the Ocean King. However, before the defensive power could approach, it was directly absorbed by the Sea King's ghost hand. At this moment, Sea King laughed madly. Ha ha. Immortal Master Lu Yuan, you think you can fight me? You're overestimating yourself. I must kill this brat today. Even if your Master Wang comes, I will still kill him. Ah! And then, Hai Wang roared out and the ghost hand suddenly swelled and extended like a dead tree vine, forming a gigantic black hole that engulfed the blade monster. The blade monster also increased its speed and rushed down. He chopped at the Ocean King's hand. However, his power was sucked away before it could be released. All of the blades on the blade monster's body flew out. Long Fei's soul was also trembling and he was unable to hold on. More importantly, the system suddenly beeped. Ding. The undead powder's duration is over. Initially, Long Fei still had a slight chance of survival, but after the time for the undead powder ended, then this time, he was dead for sure. There was no other way. Long Fei had used all of his power. Still not. Sea King was too strong. She really wasn't a match for him. Long Fei's soul flew out of the blade monster and was about to be sucked into the black hole in the ghost's hands. Long Fei's heart skipped a beat. We're finished. However, right at this moment, Long Fei's physical body and the spring of life in his mind also at this moment. There was a sharp pain in his left arm. In the blink of an eye, Long Fei's soul suddenly came to a stop and a strange flame appeared. Underworld Fire. Chapter 24:13 Underworld Fire entered my body, I don't want to. Chapter 24:13 Underworld Fire entered my body, I don't want to. Strangely, it suddenly appeared. Unexpectedly, Long Fei's soul was inside the blade monster's body, and it could no longer control itself and was about to be sucked out by the Sea King's ghost claw. However, he could still feel the pain from the burning sensation on Real Face's left arm. Just at that moment, a technique appeared in his soul: Underworld Fire. What is this? Underworld Fire? Fight the Hero Alliance? Why is there a Underworld Fire? Long Fei didn't know, but at this time, he didn't have a choice, nor did he think too much about it. Underworld Fire did indeed have a certain amount of additional damage in the game, but, you want to kill with it? Unless the opponent still had a sliver of HP left, he wouldn't be able to kill him. What is Sea King's HP? To be honest, although the wound on his head had been cut in half, but there were no numbers on the screen at all. This was because the HP of Ocean King was so much that Long Fei could not handle him. Universal Realm of the Universal Realm. Long Fei was only a warrior of the lower realm on top of the Zhen Wu continent. Use a Underworld Fire to kill a terrifying powerhouse with a thick blood? This was impossible. However, Long Fei hardened his heart. Damn, who cares if he's dead or burned to death? I'm already going to die. What is there left? Even if it can injure him a bit, it can only do the same to him. He couldn't care less. Long Fei's character is like this: even if I know that I'm going to die, I will still bite you before I die. The idea moved. Long Fei bellowed, Underworld Fire. Move! Shwa! Once Long Fei gave his order, the strange flame suddenly rushed out. Black? White? Yellow? Red? Had never seen this kind of flame before, not even in his previous life, movies, TV, or games. It did not look like the Underworld Fire of the Hero Alliance either. It wasn't big, only the size of a fist. He followed the demon claw's suction power and rushed down. Sea King did not even look at him. He smiled coldly and said, "You want to hurt me with this kind of power? You overconfident beast." Sea King moved his claw. Boom! When the vine-like hand grabbed forward, the blade monster's body was about to be sucked in. At this moment, Long Fei's soul wanted to leave the blade monster, and he said apologetically, "Brother, I'm sorry, let you accompany me in death. If I have a next life, I will repay you with my life." Blade monster were innocent. If not for his parasitic possession technique, the blade monster would not have died. Immortal Master Lu Yuan roared, "Sea King, stop." The powerhouse on the mountain peak also repeatedly sighed. Sigh. What a pity. This Sea King. To actually use such a sinister and ruthless cultivation technique with a brat from the lower realms, forget about him, even the entire continent's powerhouse would not be able to stop his move. What a pity. This plane can't withstand any more external forces. Otherwise, I really want to go save that kid. The laws above the beast site are in chaos. If you release more of your power, I'm afraid the laws would become even more chaotic. If a crack were to appear on this plane, then the only people who would be unlucky are those on this plane. There's no other way. Sigh. Many people sighed. Looking at the blade monster being sucked into the withering wood vine, they all felt it to be a pity. Sea King said excitedly, "Go and die." Long Fei's soul came out of his body. Suddenly, at this moment, many different memories appeared in his soul. "Young master, I will be waiting for you forever, hee. Boss, I like the name Li Yuanba, I truly do. Boss, we'll meet again. Xiao Fei, take care of yourself. Humph, you only know how to bully me, you scoundrel, bastard. Great senior sister, can you control your man? Hubby, let's have another fight, hee. Long Fei, remember, do not ever come to the universal realm, definitely not." At this moment, all sorts of enormous memories gushed into Long Fei's soul. At this moment, it was as if his soul wasn't restricted by the seal of his memories. Long Fei muttered, "Jojo, Holy King Kong Liuanba Lu Luashi Xiao Tiantian, Queen of Blood Moon, thousands of Father, And mother? Me! Is this what I've been through? Hiss! Roar! Within his soul, another mass of memories appeared. An incomparably massive divine dragon sat coiled in the sky. It wasn't just a divine dragon, but a group of others. Thousands of them. Azure dragon, black dragon, poison dragon, 8 golden dragons, all sorts of things. They looked at Long Fei with incomparably respectful eyes, as if Long Fei was their master. Hiss! The memory fragments moved again. This was another world, a world that Long Fei had never seen before. It was very unfamiliar, but this world seemed like a mother, and Long Fei felt a sense of familiarity within this world. Ancient world? A silver light flashed on his right arm, and the dragon-shaped mark disappeared in a flash. Boom! Also at this moment, Long Fei's eyes suddenly opened wide in anger. He took in a deep breath. In that moment it was as if a very, very long time had passed. Those people, those fragments, those worlds in his memory made Long Fei feel like there was something wrong with his memory once again. However, at this moment, he didn't have time to think about it, because his soul leaving his body was already unable to return to his physical body. Moreover, it was about to be sucked into the ghost claw by the Ocean King. Long Fei was extremely unhappy in his heart. Looking at the sky, he muttered, "Jojo, I'm sorry Yuan Ba. Other brothers too, sorry. Father. Mother. I'm sorry. Long Fei was choked with sobs, unable to say a word. Because he's going to die. Sea King was too strong, he was not his opponent at all. The underworld fire was already sucked into the ghost claw, and it did not even have the slightest reaction. Underworld fire could not cause any harm. But, in that instant, just when Long Fei was disappointed in the underworld fire, his body trembled uncontrollably as he retreated, his pupils dilating as if he had seen the most terrifying thing in the world. Impossible, absolutely impossible, absolutely impossible. How can there be such an inheritance in this world? It's impossible for such a low-level realm to exist with the power of the ancient inheritance. Who is it? Who's helping him? I beg you, don't kill me, don't kill me. I was wrong, I won't dare to do that again. I beg you, forgive my crimes. I was wrong, I was wrong. Let me go once. Sea King was like a crying child. He was extremely afraid. No. No. No, no. Chapter 24:14. Never felt so good before. Chapter 24:14. Never felt so good before. In an instant, he had fallen into madness. Sea King was sent flying, as if he had gone mad. With a thought, he flew up into the sky. Shwa! Instantly breaking through the void, at this moment, he did not even think about killing Long Fei, but rather, escape. What is he doing? What's going on? Are you crazy? What happened? Why did it suddenly become like this? Nothing happened. Or should I say, what did the immortal Master Lu Yuan do? I've been paying attention to him. He didn't even move at all, and with his strength, he's basically unable to deal with the power of the rotten ghost hand. He can only watch on helplessly. Then what happened? No one knew that the sudden upheaval had stunned everyone. Immortal Master Lu Yuan also did not understand. When he saw the Ocean King suddenly escape through the void, he felt a chill in his heart and asked curiously, what happened? Long Fei himself was equally stupefied. It was too dangerous. If it was one more second, his soul would have been sucked into the ghost hand, and he would have definitely died. But it was only for one more second that the ghost hand's suction force disappeared, and his soul returned to the blade monster's body. While he was still in a daze, he asked, "What's the situation?" He suddenly went berserk? Disappeared all of a sudden? F***CK. What are you doing? When the soul returned to the body of the blade monster and Sea King disappeared, Long Fei felt slightly relieved. Just when everyone was puzzled, suddenly, a painful scream resounded in the air. "No, no, don't kill me, don't!" Rumble! The void exploded. It was as if half of the plane had exploded, and countless craters had appeared. In the very center, that strange flame, whether it was white, black, red, or purple. Moreover, at this moment, an immense power swept through the entire Zhen Wu continent. At the same time, one of the powerhouse immediately replied, "Power of ancient inheritance." Someone immediately cried out in alarm, "It's the power of ancient inheritance. Oh my God! This place actually has the power of ancient inheritance. Could it be that this plane is protected by the ancient inheritance's powerhouse? Why didn't I know that before? The power of this ancient inheritance is extremely strong, it seems. It seemed. It's the legendary super force of Ming Clan. The super force of Ming Clan which has disappeared for billions of years? Was it once the ruler of the universal realm, the power they controlled? This is impossible. Panic, incomparable fear. To them, there was nothing more terrifying than the power of the ancient inheritance. You know, every single ancient inheritance was incomparably powerful, and every single cultivator wanted to obtain one, but they couldn't even enter ancient world, let alone obtain one. The power of the ancient inheritance that they had seen in their lives were all released by the powerhouse of God's tribe. But, just now, although it disappeared in a flash, they could clearly feel that it was the power of the ancient inheritance, and it was most likely the legendary super force of Ming Clan. This was one of the most ancient inheritances that had disappeared countless years ago. Those people seemed to have gone crazy. Many people immediately kneeled down, looked at the sky and said, "This disciple doesn't know that he is being protected by Master, and this disciple deserves to die. Please forgive me, Master, from now on, I will not dare to step half a step into Zhen Wu continent." Disciple begs the Lord for forgiveness. It wasn't just one person, many people also knelt down. Because they were like gods in the Zhen Wu continent S of other realms, but in front of the S of the ancient inheritance, they were not even considered dregs. The appearance of the power of the ancient inheritance meant that this plane was protected by the powerhouse. It was as if they had met their grandfather's grandson. All of them knelt down and begged for mercy. At this time, Long Fei's soul returned to his original body, looked at the powerhouse on top of the mountain, and disdainfully said in his heart, "Powerhouse of the ancient inheritance? Is it that strong? What do you think you're doing?" It was extremely disdainful. It was also at this time that a voice suddenly sounded out in Long Fei's mind. Ding! Very suddenly, to the point where Long Fei was completely unprepared. Congratulations player Long Fei for defeating Sea King for obtaining 100 million experience, 1 million true chi points, and 100 arrogant god energy value points. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for obtaining Ghost Emperor's secret skill, Rotten Ghost Hand. Do you wish to cultivate it? Congratulations to player Long Fei for obtaining Ju Kei Broken Sword. Congratulations to player Long Fei for obtaining Sea God Armor. Congratulations to player Long Fei for obtaining God Powderus 3. Congratulations to player Long Fei for obtaining Grand Mist Crystal. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for leveling up. Current level, Elixir 6th pin. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for leveling up. Currently at the 7th stage of the Elixir. Congratulations to player Long Fei for leveling up. Currently at the 8th level of the Elixir S. Ding 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 ding. The leveling announcement sounded out like an explosion. Long Fei had to count it several times before he was able to count it clearly. The shock in his heart was indescribable. Awesome, 66666 is not good, ha ha ha. After 3 whole minutes, the system beep finally stopped. Ding. Congratulations to player Long Fei for leveling up. Currently at the 9th level of the Spirit Refinement realm. His strength continued to increase. His health point continued to increase. The toughness of his body continued to increase. This feeling, being here, felt just like walking in the clouds. From the 6th stage of the elixir to the 9th stage of the Spirit Refinement realm, a full 20-odd levels. The sound lasted for a full 3 minutes. This feeling, it could no longer be described with words, but with words. Long Fei was confused. Not only that, and there was also that many items that dropped. Just the Grand Mist crystals alone numbered 1,000,000. Juke broken sword, rotten ghost hand, the god powder. These were the spirit treasures of the universal realm, and did not even exist in this world. He had never felt so good before. This is too good. Ha ha. Ha ha. Long Fei laughed like a 7 or 8-year-old child. His mood could not be described with words. After a long time, he then calmed down and asked curiously, "Who killed the Ocean King? That underworld fire? That's impossible. The underworld fire's power was directly sucked in and there was no reaction. But if it wasn't the underworld fire, could there really be someone protecting me? But why was it me who got the experience?" It had to be known that Long Fei had not caused any harm to the Ocean King before this. If the outer space powerhouse had killed him, it would be impossible for Long Fei to obtain any experience, and even more so have no chance of dropping anything. The only possibility was, Sea King was killed by underworld fire. If that's the case, then Long Fei's mind tightened and his entire body felt boiling hot. Then this daddy is awesome. To be able to kill even the powerhouse. I will only ask this question on this Gen Wu continent, who else could it be? Come with me, fly with you. Come with me, fly with you. Zhao family? Zhao Wuji? Old monster Zhao Chongshan of the Zhao family? Yorong's master, that old granny? They would be done in one go. They were all scum in front of the Ocean King. If Long Fei could even kill the Ocean King, wouldn't it be easy for him to crush them? Thinking of this, Long Fei became even more excited, and then the idea moved. Underworld fire. No response. Underworld fire. Still no reaction. Damn, why aren't you giving me any face? Long Fei moved once again. Underworld fire, come out. There was no reaction at all. Long Fei's heart tensed up. Hey, what's going on? Was it like in the game, to trigger something? Or could it be that the cooldown from earlier required a certain amount of cooldown? He opened the system's cultivation method section and searched for it. There was no cultivation technique called underworld fire. Long Fei thought again. Could it be that I have to release a parasitic possession to be able to sense the existence of the underworld fire? That's not right. No matter what, he would at least be in the cultivation technique column. Was confused as to why any of the techniques he cultivated would appear in the system's techniques column. But the underworld fire did not. If it isn't a cultivation technique, then what is it? Long Fei searched carefully a few times, but he still could not find anything related to the underworld fire cultivation technique. You can't just appear out of thin air, can you? No reason. Long Fei carefully thought about the moment the underworld fire had been triggered, and he did not miss a single detail. Suddenly, Long Fei's eyes flashed with a bright light. At that time, my left arm was in pain. Could it be that there is some sort of power hidden within it? Long Fei could not wait. He instantly raised his sleeve and looked at his left arm. Red. Burn. Some flesh and blood. However, had seen this picture before. In the main hall of the Xian Yu secret territory, on Yorong's body, he had seen this picture on the seal's sacrificial altar. This was. Long Fei's gaze tensed up. Ming clan mark. I am also a member of the Ming clan? Is the pain coming from the Ming clan mark on my left arm? But this mark is different from the one on Yorong's body, and it's also different from the one in the Great Hall of Xian, Yu secret territory. The Ming clan imprint appeared. However, it did not have a complete breaking through the seal, otherwise Long Fei would be able to feel the power of the Ming clan's imprint. Moreover, the power within the Ming clan seal was no longer the power of the super force of Ming clan where Long Fei once stood, but instead, the power of the super force of Ming clan, the underworld fire. However, the spring of life released its power, forcefully stimulating the Ming clan imprint on Long Fei's left arm, and released the underworld fire in advance. Only once. Even this time, the spring of destiny had to pay a huge price. Now, Long Fei had to rely on himself to completely activate the power of the Ming clan's mark. Forget it. I can't figure it out, I'm too lazy to waste those brain cells, just like those memory fragments I saw. I'll figure it out sooner or later. Long Fei thought in his heart. And then, he couldn't be bothered to care about those otherworldly powerhouse who were kneeling on the ground and begging for forgiveness. All he wanted to do was to find Transformers and the Avians quickly. Both of them were instantly blown away, and now that their lives were unknown, Long Fei was very worried. Just as Long Fei wanted to walk out, the immortal master Lu Yuan instantly blocked his path. A stream of boundary descended. Long Fei was startled. Damn, it's this boundary again, what are you planning to do? Others might not know, but in his heart, he was very clear that the Zhen Wu continent did not have any ancient inheritance powerhouse to protect him. The power that had killed the Ocean King was indeed that of the ancient inheritance. But it was definitely not some ancient strong, but Long Fei. From the very beginning, he had felt a special kind of power from Long Fei's body, and this kind of power was the aura of the ancient inheritance's power. Moreover, he was the closest to Sea King, so he had clearly heard what Sea King said when he flew into the void. Thus, the immortal master Lu Yuan was sure that the person who killed the Ocean King was Long Fei. How could a person who possessed an ancient alchemy technique not have an ancient inheritance? Long Fei, follow me out of here, I will bring you into Universal Realm. I can guarantee that before long, you will cause a sensation in the entire Universal Large World, and you don't have to worry about that. With the protection of the king, even the gods' tribe wouldn't dare to rashly touch you. How is it? Come with me. It's much better than staying in this lower plane, and your training will be much faster as well. His eyes were filled with excitement. At first, he did not dare to conclude that the special power in Long Fei's body was the power of the ancient inheritance, but now, he was certain. If he brought Long Fei back to the universal realm, then it would cause a sensation in an instant. He was excited by the scene he imagined. Long Fei asked, "Universal realm? I'm not interested right now. Even if I have to go, I will go by myself. You don't need to bring me along." Enter the universal realm? What kind of international joke was this? If not for the fact that he was lucky enough to release the underworld fire, he would already be a dead man now. The 9th level of the spirit refinement realm in the universal realm was probably not even comparable to an ant. How could he even stand up in the universal realm? Relying on the ancient alchemy technique? One had to know. He had expended a tremendous amount of psychic power to refine the immortal flower, so he didn't want to try again. It was too hard. Immortal Master Lu Yuan said, "Think about it again, Universal Realm will definitely have more development than here, and even if you break through the void to enter Universal Realm in the future, it will take a very long time. Listen to me, come with me, I can fly you." He almost knelt down and begged Long Fei. In this low realm, the power of the ancient inheritance could not be unleashed at all, and he also felt that Long Fei did not know that the power in his body was the power of the ancient inheritance. Long Fei needed a teacher. He needed an incomparably powerful teacher, and this teacher was also a powerhouse of the ancient inheritance. Human King. It was the best choice. He could take Long Fei on a shortcut and become stronger at the fastest speed possible. However, Long Fei did not budge and said, "I must go to Universal Realm, but not now. I still have a lot of things to do here." Immortal Master Lu Yuan asked, "What else do you want? I've already done it for you." Long Fei said, "I have to do these things myself." After all, he couldn't possibly ask for help from a woman, right? Moreover, Long Fei had never been able to solve the problem of the yellow exclamation mark on top of Yi Yorong's head. Immortal Master Lu Yuan said, "Listen to me, I can give you a completely different world. Moreover, this may be the only chance you'll ever have in your life." The cultivation of the powerhouse was all for breaking through the shackles and flying to the universal realm. The universal realm was the dream of all the powerhouse, but many geniuses of the powerhouse had fallen under the shackles of the plane. This was an extremely rare opportunity for Long Fei, and no one would refuse it. However, Long Fei remained unmoved from start to finish and said, "Thank you very much, but I'll stay here. I promise. Universal Realm, I will definitely go." Moreover, Long Fei revealed a savage smile and said, "I will still trample Universal Realm beneath my feet. I want all the planes to tremble because of my existence." Chapter 24:16 A Fierce Contest. Chapter 24:16 A fierce contest. He would walk his own path. The Universal Realm, Long Fei and yearning. Back on Earth, the Universal Realm was just a fictional world. Inside, there were countless powerhouse, the ultimate world in many novels. It's just a novel. But now, in the real world, the Universal Realm really did exist. How could Long Fei not yearn? Yes, very much. But this was not the right time yet. There were far too many things that had yet to be done in the Zhenwu continent, and Long Fei was still unable to leave. In the end, Immortal Master Lu Yuan did not persuade Long Fei. The Immortal Master Lu Yuan said, "Long Fei, one day you will fly into the Universal Realm, but you must remember, before entering the Universal Realm, you must not let anyone discover the power of the ancient inheritance, especially towards the God's tribe. Although it is a remote low-level realm of the Universal Realm, but it is still under the control of the God's tribe. According to what I know, the imperial family of Zhaogua have outer disciples of the God's tribe, so once the power of the ancient inheritance is discovered by the powerhouse of God's tribe, the God's tribe will definitely take action against you." As he spoke, Immortal Master Lu Yuan's eyes were filled with fear. The super powerhouse on the Grand Mist list, the Overlord-level Mortal King, had lost 10 times in a row. Moreover, and they were not even the God's tribe's strongest warriors. The Emperor Xian's of the God's tribe were comparable to the rulers of the heavenly Tao. If he were to make a move, I'm afraid, Human King lost even more miserably. All of the inheritances nurtured by the ancient world over the past billions of years were under the control of the God's tribe so the power of the God's tribe were already so strong that they could not be shaken. The power of the ancient inheritance on Long Fei's body could very well have been nurtured millions of years ago, because only then would he be able to escape the control of the God's tribe. None of these powers could be underestimated. Moreover, the power of the that was birthed billions of years ago was the most basic power of the ancient inheritance. It was different from the power of the ancient era, it was even more powerful. And because of this, the God's tribe must not find out. Long Fei kept it in mind, nodded, and said, "I will remember." Immortal Master Lu Yuan looked at Long Fei and said, "All right, I won't say anything more, I'll wait for you in Universal Realm." Long Fei said, "Don't worry, I won't make you wait too long." Immortal Master Lu Yuan smiled slightly and said, "Brat, you're the one who said this, don't make me wait too long." Then, the boundary had disappeared, and he had turned into a stream of light before disappearing as well. Long Fei looked in the direction he disappeared in and muttered in his heart, "God's tribe? Ancient inheritance? Universal realm?" Interesting, he. Long Fei did not linger, and quickly rushed towards the direction where transformers fell. Whoosh! A huge aura streaked across the sky like a meteor. Next, another wave of powerful aura streaked across the sky and disappeared. The powerhouse on top of the mountain quickly left, and also, from then on, they did not dare to step foot into the Zhenwu continent again. Although they did not see the powerhouse who possessed the ancient inheritance, they were afraid and did not dare to come back. Looking at those auras cutting across the void, Long Fei raised his head and looked up. This is the real powerhouse, able to travel to any plane of existence. I want to become stronger. Become stronger. Make the world tremble for me. Long Fei secretly clenched his fists. At this moment, Immortal Master Lu Yuan flew into the air from the hillside. He muttered to himself while looking in the direction of Long Fei. Brat, you must definitely live on happily. You must not disappoint me. He was worried now. They were worried that Long Fei would die prematurely, worried that he would be found out by the God's tribe, worried that Long Fei would be able to rest in peace and not enter the universal realm. However, he couldn't force Long Fei. Everyone had their own path, and each step required them to walk on their own. This was the Tao. He could not force it onto Long Fei. Huff! Immortal Master Lu Yuan took a deep breath and stepped into the air, disappearing in the blink of an eye. While he was waiting for Long Fei to enter the universal realm, he had too many things to do. King Kong! King Kong! When Long Fei found the transformers, his enormous body instantly fell into a pool of blood. Around it were even more densely packed ovaries. All of them were eggs laid by the alien queen. The entire beast site was filled with them, which made one's scalp tingle. Many of the eggs were already shaking, as if they were about to burst out of their shells. Long Fei's heart tensed up. He quickly checked on Transformers' injuries. Thank goodness I'm still breathing. He quickly fed the Transformers a few pills. The medicinal pills that entered his body, however. Transformers did not wake up. Her breathing was erratic, and there were no signs of improvement. Sea King was too strong. The armor on Transformers' body completely shattered. It was fortunate that his defense was high enough, otherwise, he would have been smashed into smithereens long ago. And then, Long Fei fed a large amount of medicinal pellets to the Transformers. It was the same. There was no improvement. His internal organs were dislocated, and all the bones in his body were fractured. He was truly fortunate that he didn't die. You want to save him? It was too difficult. Even divine-grade pills were useless. Long Fei's eyes became anxious. King Kong, wake up! Pills! Pills! What pill can save him? The Transformers was his brother, so Long Fei would definitely not sit by and watch his brother die. There must be a way, there definitely is. In that instant, Long Fei's eyes flashed with a bright light. He patted his thigh and said, "Right, God Powder." 3 God Powder-s burst out from Sea King's body. To the Zhenwu continent, this kind of pill far exceeded the existence of divine-level pills. Long Fei did not hesitate at all. Forget about God Powder, he would not even hesitate to take out a pill and feed it to Transformers. The medicinal pill entered his body. In an instant, golden light burst out from the gaps between Transformers' teeth, and all the wounds on his body also burst out a golden light. Buzz! In an instant the Transformers' huge body floated up, wrapped in golden light. This scene. It was extremely shocking. Boom! 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 The sound of tempering continuously rang out within the Transformers' body. It was as though it was an artifact forging process as his body continuously transformed and was bathed in golden light. This time lasted a full 3 minutes. Huff! Transformers suddenly took a deep breath. When he opened his eyes, both his head and 4 eyes had turned golden. At this moment, boom! 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 A series of loud noises came from the surface of his body. Golden armor. It grew out of his body and became one with his flesh. This scene. Long Fei was stunned. Damn, I was only King Kong now. It really looks like a Transformers, and it's even fiercer than one. At least the gold armor is even more powerful than one that can shake the heavens. He was exceptionally valiant. When the Transformers landed, the ground suddenly shook. Both of your fists explode. Strength stripes that could be seen with the naked eye started wreaking havoc. And then, Transformers said in a heavy voice, "Boss." The transformation was complete. Evolution completed. At this moment, the aura being emitted by Transformers' body had directly reached the peak realm of Heaven stage. He was now just one step away from the divine realm. A fierce battle. Chapter 24:17 Wa. Chapter 24:17 Wa. His might and domineering aura were in complete disarray. This was too eye-catching. Long Fei was grinning from ear to ear and said excitedly, "Awesome." His heart was filled with shock as well. Back then, a pellet caused the Transformers to directly soar from a 7-rating monster and beasts to a 9th level. Now, not only did another pellet save his life, it also directly soared into the heaven rank peak realm. These two pills came from another world. Visible. How high were the alchemy of a foreign world? The real powerhouse world. Long Fei's desire for the universal realm grew even more. Universal realm, I will go. Long Fei secretly tensed up. Go find the avians. Long Fei flew to Transformers' shoulder. Transformers' legs lashed out, leaping up to a height of 1,000 meters. He instantly locked onto the unconscious body position of the avian and heavily landed. In an instant, Long Fei was shocked yet again. The change in the Transformers' power was too great. Long Fei looked at the avian, its wings broken, its feathers almost falling off. The golden armor on its body had also deformed. The flesh under the armor had probably suffered similarly heavy injuries. It was even worse than the injuries on Transformers. At that moment, Avian rushed out for Long Fei. That scene was still in Long Fei's mind, and he was secretly grateful to him. Thus, Long Fei took out another god powder, helped the avian up and gently fed it to him, and said, "Swallowing it would be good. I know you looked down on me and disdained to dance with me, but we fought together, so we are brothers." The medicinal pill entered his body. Just like the Transformers, the wound on Bird Person's body instantly lit up with a golden light. His whole body was lifted up by the golden light. Bathing in the golden light. After a few short minutes, Avian let out a heavy sigh and opened his eyes. It was also at this time that the wings on her back suddenly changed. Buzz! Pieces of feathers like Dowfangs. A steel plate. All of them were metal, and they were an extraordinary gold color, purplish gold in color. He spread his wings. It was as if thousands of blades were being unfurled, and the momentum was extremely terrifying. The strong aura directly blew Long Fei away. The Transformers immediately protected Long Fei by his side, as he remained on guard. Bird Person's armor also changed drastically, turning the same color as his wings. Purplish gold, it flickered with light, and his aura became even stronger. Holy sh*t. It also evolved? Long Fei was shocked in his heart and thought to himself, "Are god powder that powerful? I wonder how it will change if I take it? Will it evolve as well?" Long Fei really wanted to try it out. He was so envious of the Transformers and the avians. They had become so eye-catching and sharp that they could drive a person crazy enough to pay with his life, with a 100th chance to turn back while walking on the street. When the avian landed, it glanced at Long Fei. In an instant, his body slightly moved as he rose into the air. Schwa! Rushing into the sky, the strength stripes drew a long line behind it, and like a fighter jet, it disappeared into the clouds in the blink of an eye. This speed, Long Fei couldn't even see clearly. It was extremely fast. Damn, isn't this too shocking? I'm at least a 9th-level spirit refinement martial artist, but my cultivation rose by more than 20 levels in a row. How come it seems like I'm not even as fast as them breaking through? Long Fei felt bitter in his heart. He suddenly leveled up by 20 levels. However, compared to them, Long Fei's power could not be compared at all. The God Powder's power was too strong. It was a pity. Because of the dimensional restriction, Long Fei was unable to check the attributes of the God Powder through the system. He wanted to consume it, but he was afraid of wasting it. In the end, he held himself back. Transformers looked at the sky and said slightly, "Boss, she won't fly away, right?" Long Fei smiled and said, "If she's gone, then she's gone. She didn't want to be with me anyway." Bird Person looked down on Long Fei, and Long Fei could feel it himself. Moreover, Bird Person did not belong to this world. Now that the powerhouse from another world had left, she wanted to leave as well. Transformers said with a grin, "No thanks at all." While he was speaking, a figure descended from the sky. Boom! A powerful shockwave burst out from the ground. Its defense of less than a kilometer away was completely covered by the shockwave. The person who fell down was the Birdman that had just broken through the clouds. Transformers was startled, then said, "Didn't you leave?" Bird Person looked at Long Fei and said, "You saved me, so I'll stay." It was just a simple sentence. After he finished, he stood silently to the side and didn't say anything else. Actually, the Ocean King, who controlled her, had died. She was now free, and with her current power, she could break the shackles of the Zhen Wu continent. But she didn't. Actually, before Immortal Master Lu Yuan left, he had already entered the Avian Sea of Consciousness and said a few words to her. Long Fei used his God Powder to save her. The Avian knew that Long Fei was the person she was waiting for. Long Fei was able to bring her back to her own world, to her own homeland. That was why she stayed. Stay. Long Fei was a little suspicious. He didn't think that the Birdman would stay behind, so he said, "Did I hear wrong?" Bird Person did not say a word. Long Fei said, "I can stay, but I have a condition." Bird Person looked at Long Fei. Long Fei said, "Take off your hat, I want to see." Long Fei really wanted to know what the Avian Man looked like. Was he ugly? Or even uglier? A woman wearing a helmet every day, even if she wasn't ugly, she wouldn't be able to see much. Otherwise, why would she cover her lava every day? However, Long Fei was curious. She also wanted to test out her determination to stay. Bird Person's eyes narrowed as he became silent. Long Fei shrugged his shoulders. "If I'm making things difficult for you, then it's fine, but you can't stay either." "All right." Bird Person gently spat out a word. He lifted his hand and took off his helmet. Before his appearance could be seen, his golden, wavy hair had already fallen to the ground. Just like a golden waterfall. Long Fei's eyes were dull. Transformers was dumbfounded. Bird shook his head, and his long golden hair flew behind him, revealing her face. Blue eyes. He had a high nose bridge and skin that was like a porcelain doll. Every inch of it was filled with allure. Holy sh*t. Too beautiful. Long Fei was stunned. He had seen beauties before, but Eorong was already too beautiful. His immunity to beauties was very strong. He was still in a daze. The Birdman's beauty was completely different from the beauty on Eorong's body. Eorong was Oriental beauty. The Avians had brought the beauty of the West to its peak. Gudong. Long Fei immediately swallowed his saliva. He turned serious again as he looked at her head from the feet of the Avian. There's one other question. It's very simple, and I just want to know. Can you even take off the armor you're wearing? You only need to answer yes or no." He looked at the Avian nervously. Bird Person nodded and said, "Yes." Long Fei's eyes lit up. He immediately became excited and shouted, "Wow!" Chapter 24:18 Capturing Alien Queen. Chapter 24:18 Capturing Alien Queen. Long Fei was very worried. They were worried that the Aviant's purple level armor was the same as the Transformers's, growing out from the flesh. Life is going to be bleak. It was such a waste. Fortunately, it should be said that he was extremely fortunate. The armor could be removed. Long Fei's heart jumped a little. Ocean horse! No, no, what a beauty! Bird person asked, "Why are you asking this?" Long Fei was startled for a moment, then said, "It's nothing, I was just randomly asking. The armor can be washed, I should have thought of something." "Oh," the bird replied, "I don't need to wash my armor." Long Fei said, "There will be a time when you will be dirty, and I will even give you an even more beautiful set of armor." Bird person said simply, "There's no need." Long Fei said, "All right." He wasn't in a hurry. There would be more opportunities in the future anyway. Bird said, "My name is Kai Lina." With that, she put on her helmet once again. Her expression turned cold as she stood silently at the side. It was as if nothing had happened. Kai Lina. Long Fei memorized the name. Transformers asked, "Boss, where are we going next?" Long Fei regained his composure, looking at the forest in front of him. Behind the forest was the entire patch of alien demon eggs, and he said, "Clean this place up." In addition, the corner of Long Fei's mouth curled up slightly, revealing an excited smile. Transformers immediately replied, "Understood." And then, Transformers rose from the ground, directly charging into the sky. He landed heavily on the ground, and tens of alien demon cubs were immediately turned into minced meat. A few notifications sounded in Long Fei's mind again. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for killing alien demons for obtaining 1000 experience points, 10 true chi points, and 0 arrogant god energy value. F***CK. Completely inexperienced. Long Fei was startled. With the death of Ocean King, these alien demons also stopped their attacks. Moreover, Alien Queen also did not continue laying eggs, because their growth required great power, and the Sea King was their source of power. When the Sea King died, they would wither away. Long Fei immediately reminded, "Kong Kim, don't touch that Alien King." While they were talking, Long Fei also quickly flew over. As far as the eye could see, they were all densely packed with alien eggs. In the middle of these eggs was a huge creature that was at least 10 meters tall. Its body was bloated and enormous, like a giant spider occupying the ground. Seeing Long Fei coming towards it step by step, it stared fixedly with its eyes. It wanted to summon the alien demon with its strength, but without the support of the Ocean King, it could not exert any strength at all. Moreover, the Transformers ran rampant as he crazily crushed all the eggs it had, turning them into a lump of mucus. Long Fei walked to the front of Alien Queen and said, "You have 2 options. 1. Follow me, I'll carry you flying. 2. Die." Alien Queen. In such a short period of time, he had produced so many alien demons. How amazing was this! As long as it had sufficient strength, then, Long Fei was equivalent to having an army of alien. The heck! The Zhou's army is nothing. As long as he had it, how could Zhaoguo even be considered normal? They were all wiped out. Long Fei said, "I know you understand my words, don't make me wait too long, my patience isn't very good." While they were talking, Long Fei took out the Ju-Kei broken sword that had exploded from Ocean King's body and directly carried it on his shoulder, showing a look of, "If you dare not, then I will immediately kill you." Alien Queen could only lower his head. Would it not be easy to kill someone who could even kill the Ocean King? Moreover, it's just a production tool. He didn't have much strength, nor did he have much combat strength. The only ability he had was to lay eggs. Long Fei smiled faintly and said, "Very good." And then, Long Fei moved, Beast Mastery. Buzz! A beast master idea entered the alien queen's sea of consciousness. Long Fei immediately said, "Don't block it." Long Fei was not familiar with the way the beast mastery was controlled. Moreover, the beast mastery did not even have a rank 1 cultivation. It was simply impossible to subdue a demon beast like the alien queen. However, Alien Queen didn't even have the time to defend. His spirit energy was already controlled by an enormous power, and he signed the soul contract in an instant. It was the kind of 100% loyalty that couldn't be betrayed. Once it rebelled, its body would be smashed to smithereens, an existence that would never be reborn. This beast mastery, even higher than Ocean King's. At the very least, when Ocean King tried to capture him, he still had a chance to retaliate. This time, there was no leeway at all. Ding! System notification. Submission successful. Long Fei did not know what happened to his beast master idea in Alien Queen's body. Then, "This is for you." Finished. Long Fei took out a primordial crystal. When Alien Queen saw this grand mist crystal, his eyes shone. He was so moved that tears almost flowed out. Never. The Ocean King had never given it a grand mist crystal, but once Long Fei made a move, Alien Queen was completely dead set on this. After the primordial crystal entered the body, the Alien Queen recovered his composure, and also, in that moment, the alien eggs started to move slowly. The change was too fast. It was like a vampire sucking blood. His whole body began to beat. Long Fei was only trying it out. He didn't expect that. The Alien Queen was actually so touched, and the changes to the surrounding alien eggs made Long Fei even more shocked. The Grand Mist Crystal can be used as a source of power. Then I have 1,000,000 pills. How many alien demons can I produce by talking like that? Ha ha ha! When I think about the scene of the entire god being occupied by the alien demons, I can't help but come to a climax. Long Fei was extremely excited. This alien queen was simply a killing machine, even if he couldn't deal with Powerhouse. However, it was more than enough to deal with those armies. In another place, Xianyu Sect, forbidden area of the Rear Mountains. Within the underground cave, an old woman knelt in front of a statue. Behind her were dozens of black-robed old men kneeling on the ground. The four walls of the cave were filled with Ming clan characters. The deity statue was even the king of Ming clan, the king of hell. The old woman's expression was somber, and there was even a trace of nervousness on her face. She knelt and kowtowed for a good 6 hours before standing up. "High Lord. What happened?" An elder walked up and asked. The old woman's expression was excited as she said, "Just now, not too long ago, I sensed a trace of energy being emitted from the sky above the wilderness." "Huh! Is this the chaos of the dimensional laws?" "I feel it too, but there's nothing special about it." The elder asked doubtfully. The old granny said, "No, it is not the power of the law, but the power of the Ming clan, the super force of Ming clan." Everyone in the hall was shocked. The old woman's expression became even more peculiar as she became even more excited. "It's the power of the ancient inheritance that our Pluto obtained. The super force of Ming clan has finally appeared." Chapter 24:19 Becoming Stronger Than Everyone. Chapter 24:19 Becoming Stronger Than Everyone. What did the ancient inheritance mean to the descendants of the Ming clan? A godlike existence. The old woman's eyes were blazing as hope burned in her heart. All these years, she had finally witnessed the appearance of the Ming clan's most powerful ancient inheritance, and she believed that a little of it would rise one day. "Pass down my orders." The super force of Ming clan has appeared once again on Zhenwu continent, which means that the person who owns it is definitely in Zhenwu continent as well. No matter what price I have to pay, you must find him for me. As long as he can return to the Ming clan, then there will be hope for the rise of our Ming clan. The old woman said excitedly. The elder beside him asked, High Lord, the super force of Ming clan. It has already disappeared for billions of years, and after the fall of Pluto, it never appeared again. The legend says that if a person dies, the power of inheritance in his body will disappear. Why did it appear again? The old lady frowned, but she could not explain her thoughts clearly, and said, Everything is not absolute, not to mention the death of Pluto. Does the ancient inheritance on his body disappear along with him? No one knows that since he is Cerberus, he once stood at the very peak of universal realm. Cerberus was once a martial saint-level powerhouse. It was comparable to the current God's tribe. Even if such a powerhouse were to die, who could be sure that he didn't leave anything behind? The elder nodded. You mean, could the appearance of the super force of Ming clan be the reincarnation of Pluto? The old lady said, It's very possible. If you find him, you must be respectful and not offend him at all. Even if he isn't the reincarnation of Pluto, he is still the god of our Ming clan, understand? Yes, sir. The disciples shouted in unison. The elder was silent for a moment, then hesitated. The old woman said, If you have something to say, just say it. The elder asked, Do you want me to inform Yorong about this? After all, he was a gifted soul of underworld. Legend has it that the Lord of the Underworld also has a woman from a gifted soul of underworld by his side. The old woman nodded. It's not a legend. There is a gifted soul of underworld among all the wives of Pluto. As she spoke till here, the old lady's expression tensed up, as if she had suddenly seen the light. She said, Why didn't I think that the appearance of the gifted soul of underworld would mean the appearance of the Ming clan's ancient inheritance? Ha ha ha! His expression became even more excited. The elder continued, Then should we tell Yorong? The old woman said without even thinking, No need. The elder then asked, High Lord, since the gifted soul of underworld was prepared for the reincarnated underworld king, then the marriage between Yorong and Zhao Haotian. The old woman thought for a moment and said, As scheduled. Everyone was taken aback. Pluto's wife wanted to marry a eunuch of the Zhao family? Isn't it too disrespectful? The old lady said, Zhao Haotian's life is crippled, you can't even touch him if you wanted to. You are safe, and also, when can we find the reincarnations of Pluto? I don't know. However, I feel that only if Yorong becomes stronger, will the super force of Ming clan be able to better sense the existence of Yorong, and be able to help Pluto's reincarnated person appear even faster. The wedding will be held as scheduled, at God's sect gathering. The old woman was very indifferent. He spoke very easily. If Yorong was truly the reincarnation of Pluto, the reincarnator of Pluto would never allow his woman to marry a eunuch. He would certainly show up to stop it. Maybe he would be able to see the reincarnation of Pluto in the gods' sect gathering in 2 months. Thinking of this, the old woman became even more excited. The elder still wanted to say something, but the old woman stared back at him, and in the end, he could only endure it. Yorong was like a tool, not like it. She was a tool in the High Lord's eyes. However, for the Ming clan's rise, she had no choice. This might be fate. In the secret room, Yorong opened her eyes slightly, and gently spat out a mouthful of impure qi, and in that second, the qi on her body started to change, becoming a bit denser. Who? He has reached the spirit refinement realm, Yorong mumbled. He raised both his heads and looked at the black hole above him. Starlight shone from the black hole. His heart was filled with longing. In the wilderness, at night, Long Fei Kong Kim sat in front of the bonfire, eating a piece of roasted meat with glee. Kai Lina was not there. Her speed, coupled with her wings, kept her circling in the air. It was her choice. Protect Long Fei in the air realm. Long Fei tried to persuade her again and again, but it was useless. Actually, she hated the wings that grew on her back. Now that the wings had evolved and the feathers had turned into steel, she hated it even more. However, Immortal Master Lu Yuan had said before that Long Fei was her only hope. If she wanted to return to her homeland, she could only rely on Long Fei. Thus, she didn't want anything to happen to Long Fei. Transformers rubbed his round stomach and burped, saying, "Boss, it felt so good, it's probably the best time of my life." Long Fei laughed. Transformers looked at the sky and said, "I wonder where this avian has flown to. It's always flying, is it not tired?" At this moment, boom! Kai Lina landed and glared at Transformers. King Kong's body shrank slightly. Kai Lina picked up a piece of roasted meat, and once again rose from the ground. F***CK. King Kong grinned and said. Long Fei looked at the sky and said, "Since Fei is tired, let's rest for a bit." There was no response from the sky. Long Fei was too lazy to bother with it. Transformers sat up and asked, "Boss, what do we do next?" Now that they had left the beast site, the taboo around the desolate sky mountain had disappeared as well. Long Fei said, "Continue heading deeper into the wilderness." He was only at the 9th level of the spirit refinement realm. Although his level increase had risen, but that was not enough. What he wanted was the Emperor Zhen Wu's realm. Only in this way would he be able to crush everything. To protect everything he wanted to protect. Also, Long Fei had another goal in the wilderness this time, to find a few spirit grass. Last time, the Landflower gave Long Fei a hint. If he could find a few high-rank healing spirit grass, combined with his ancient alchemy technique, he should be able to refine the detoxification panacea that Eorong needed. Long Fei had been worried about the wound on his abdomen. If the God's Sect gathering was discovered, then her situation would be very dangerous. Moreover, last time she was surrounded by the Zhou's army, did Zhou Yaozong already know that she was the one who destroyed the Crown Prince's life? On God's Sect gathering, the Zhou family would definitely threaten Eorong. He would not let his woman suffer so much, would not let anyone force her, much less threaten her, so there was only one way to protect her. Become stronger. Become stronger than anyone else. Chapter 24:20 Desert Monster. Chapter 24:20 Desert Monster. Through the snow mountains, through the marshes. They advanced forward. For an entire month, Long Fei killed monsters on the way here to level up and collected spirit grass. It was a pity that he did not manage to level up for an entire month. And it was a 9th level spirit refinement cultivator. It was too difficult to level up now, so he needed 800 million experience points. After a month, he only had 200 million experience. Moreover, this was still the demon beast of the wilderness. Compared to other places, their experience was much higher. It was still one word, slow. Too slow. Long Fei was about to collapse. The higher the level, the lower the monster's experience. If he wanted to level up now, it would be difficult. Since he did not manage to level up, Long Fei could not gather the spirit grass he wanted. This month, Long Fei was a little frustrated. He could not wait to go to the Universal Realm and kill a few more powerhouse like the Ocean King, that way he would be able to level up again. It was just that. Forget about the fact that he couldn't enter the Universal Realm right now. Even if he could, he would be courting death. Other than when he killed the underworld fire released by the Ocean King, Long Fei had not sensed the existence of the underworld fire ever since that time. The rune mark on his left arm also did not seem to have any special features, as if it was a tattoo. What ancient inheritance? Bullshit! Long Fei complained in his heart. At this time, Transformers jumped down from the distant mountain slope and said, "Boss, we are right in front of us is the desert. Do we still want to continue?" Continue. Long Fei didn't think too much about it. There was still some time before the God Sect gathering. He was not someone who would give up. Since he had come to the wilderness, he had to go all out to search for it. Transformers replied, "Understood." Immediately, Transformers whistled towards the sky. Kai Lina, who was hiding in the sky, instantly charged forward. One was in the sky, the other on the ground. One was the violet gold armor, the other was the golden armor. These two bodyguards were too sharp. During this month, both man and beast seemed to be cooperating to the point that they seemed to be invulnerable. No matter what the danger was, they could react as fast as they could. This month was also the most relaxed month that Long Fei had ever experienced. Basically, he did not need to do anything except for cooking. Long Fei gathered a few high-grade spirit grasses. The idea moved, and sensed that something was wrong. No, the density is not enough yet. The land flower is a immortal stage spirit grass. It looks like. At the very bottom, all of them are immortal stage S, but Long Fei's brows shrank. Immortal stage spirit grass S could only be encountered but not sought. This kind of spirit grass was basically birthed from heaven and earth. The time required was also quite long. It would take a few years, dozens of years, or even 100 years or 1,000 years to grow up to become a immortal stage spirit grass. The system merchant shop did have a few immortal stage spirit grass, divine level spirit grass, but their attributes were not what Long Fei wanted, and even if they were exchanged, it would be useless. When he checked the system, Long Fei once again saw the special item that the system rewarded him with, the alien invitation scroll. This scroll had not changed since the last time he had obtained it. He also did not receive an invitation from another world. Long Fei was depressed. If only I could enter another plane, it would be more convenient to find these spirit grass. It would be great if we could go back to Earth. What international model? What national goddess? What school beauty? And then, when Long Fei became evil, with his current cultivation, if he returned to the world of Earth, he would definitely be the great demon king. Let alone the army, even if it was a nuclear weapon, even countries would not be able to deal with him. He wanted to go back and see. It was just that. There was not the slightest change in the invitation scroll. Without an invitation, there was no way for him to go through it. Half an hour later, Long Fei stood in the midst of the yellow sand and under the scorching sun. The desert seemed like a mountain of gold at a glance. Dust filled the sky. It shone with a sparkling and translucent light, like golden sand fluttering in the wind. It was an incomparably spectacular sight. Long Fei said, "This is my first time seeing the desert. In the past, I could only watch it in movies on TV. Let's go. Enter." As Long Fei's voice fell, he took a step forward. At this moment, Transformers' eyes turned sinister. He suddenly blocked in front of Long Fei and said, "Boss, someone is coming." King Kong glanced at the sky. Inside the clouds, Kai Lina was also circling around without moving. Not long later. Rumble! 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 Not far away, a loud boom echoed out. "Run, run! Run, run out of the desert!" Ah! Screams could be heard from time to time. In the distance, a caravan was in a mess. The camels that were carrying the goods were scattered all over the place like flies. This kind of situation rarely happened. Camels are only like this when they are extremely frightened. Rumble! Suddenly, a tall mountain of sand suddenly caved in, causing several camels to be engulfed in the blink of an eye. There was no response at all. The sand mountain was also instantly razed to the ground and completely disappeared. Long Fei slightly asked, "Why would there be people at this place?" Opening the map, he took a look at their clothing, then said, "Magic tribe." The appearance of the magic tribe and a human were no different. It was just that. The things they believed in were different from the things they practiced, which was why they were called magic tribe. At the very front was an old man who looked like the leader of this caravan. When he saw Long Fei, he immediately shouted, "Help, help, help us!" Transformers immediately looked at Long Fei and asked, "Boss, what do we do?" Long Fei said, "We can't just stand by and watch him die. Save him first, that guy in the desert doesn't need to care about him. Transformers replied, Understood. He pushed himself up with his 4 limbs and pounced forward, flying quickly. This jump was about a kilometer away. Rumble. It was as if he had felt the existence of the Transformers. The big guy in the desert let out a high-pitched roar, as if he was venting everything out to the Transformers. This was my territory. Transformers was too lazy to care about it. When they saw Transformers, their faces turned pale. Without waiting for them to react, Transformers immediately grabbed one of them and threw him out. Whoosh! 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 Several people were thrown away by him with his strength. Those people were scared silly. However, they came crashing down from the sky, but their bodies didn't suffer the slightest bit of pain, firmly standing on the ground. Just now they were completely wrapped up by the power of the Transformers. At this time, the old man finally reacted. Transformers was the one who saved them, and he immediately shouted, Master, there's still one more person, please save her. Immediately. He immediately knelt down. Everyone fell to their knees. Transformers looked at Long Fei. The old man turned around and looked at Long Fei. Realizing that Long Fei was a human, he was slightly shocked, but at this time, he did not care about anything else and immediately kneeled down and walked forward, saying, Master, save her. I beg you, as long as you save her, I will give you the mortal tablet. To Magic Tribe, using blood as an oath was the most toxic way of swearing. Long Fei helped the old man up and said, Don't worry. King Kong turned around and once again flew out. At the other end, a special white camel was rapidly dragging a woman with a hood on her head as it charged forward. The monster in the desert was constantly in hot pursuit. Being saved by the Transformers made him a little irritable. Suddenly, the desert monster suddenly attacked Transformers. Chapter 24-21 Triggering Tasks. Chapter 24-21 Triggering Tasks. Suddenly, there was no sign. The moment Transformers fell to the ground, the sand crazily sunk. Transformers' 4 limbs were immediately shackled by a strong force. He was unable to move at all. The monster in the sand let out an excited roar. Lord, is he in danger? The old man looked worriedly at Transformers, who was being slowly swallowed by the sand. If Transformers died, then there would really be no one who could save their master. Long Fei smiled faintly and said, I won't. Very confident. It was very calm. Everyone's eyes turned cold. Would it not be dangerous if he was swallowed? Are you kidding? This was because they did not understand Transformers. Suddenly, the sand that sank into the ground shot out like a fountain. At this moment, Transformers stood up, stuck his hand into the sand and said solemnly, Come out for this, Daddy. A furious roar. Rumble. A powerful force exploded from the golden armor. The desert shook. A huge brown scorpion, its body like metal, was forcefully pulled out from the sand. Walala! It was incomparably huge. Without waiting for the scorpion to retaliate, Transformers suddenly smashed it onto the ground. Boom! The giant scorpion let out a painful cry as green liquid spewed out of its mouth. However, it did not give up at this moment and moved its tail. The poisonous needle on his tail flashed with a cold light. The old man's face turned pale. Do not be stabbed, or even the deities will not be able to save you. However, but Transformers completely ignored him. He let the giant scorpion's tail pierce him. Buzz! The giant tail swung out and pierced heavily. At this moment, a golden light flashed from the thick golden armor of the Transformers. Crack! The giant scorpion's poisonous stinger broke, and did not even leave a scratch on Transformers' armor. In that moment, Transformers grabbed the scorpion's tail and used a lot of strength. Stabbing me? This is it. Break for me. With a fierce twist and a fierce tug, the entire tail was torn apart, and dark green liquid flowed everywhere. The scorpion had also instantly lost its breath. It was also at this time Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei 4 killing Desert Giant Scorpion 4 obtaining 50,000 experience, 5,000 points for True Chi, and 1 point for Arrogant God energy value. Huh! Long Fei was slightly shocked and a little excited in his heart. 50,000 experience points? Damn it. This is the first time I've received 50,000 experience points in the past month. For an entire month, this was the first time Long Fei had felt experience points with 5-digit. How could he not be excited? The old man and the others were also stunned, frightened by the power released by Transformers. It was too shocking. The lady riding the white camel also turned her head to look at Transformers, her eyes revealing a look of shock. However, at this moment, the white camel let out a terrifying scream. Everything within a 100-meter radius was submerged in the ground. Furthermore, she was a kilometer away from Transformers, which was simply too far. Even if Transformers arrived in a flash, he would probably not make it in time. The old man's face turned pale and he knelt on the ground. His entire body was trembling. Everyone's expression was the same. All of them looked like their fathers had died. Transformers frowned and pounced forward with all his might, however. There wasn't enough time. Long Fei's eyes turned sinister as he looked at the sky. Suddenly, shwa! The white-cloaked lady disappeared from the white camel's back, and in the next second she appeared beside Long Fei. It was unknown whether Kai Lina was doing this on purpose or if his speed was too fast to stop as the white-clothed female directly fell down from the sky. Long Fei could only extend his hand to receive her. Otherwise, he would directly fall to his death. The woman screamed. Long Fei caught it with his hands, but the way he fell was a bit wrong. He fell face down, and the way Long Fei caught it was also a bit. Something was wrong, something he shouldn't have grabbed. The person caught it. Long Fei was also stunned for a moment. Just at this moment, the lady's face was red and dripping with water. She kicked towards Long Fei. Long Fei did not fall to the ground. Instead, he kicked himself off Long Fei's hand and fell down onto a sharp stone with his eyes bulging out. He was in so much pain that he could not even speak. He could only whimper in pain. The elder immediately stepped forward to help her up. She couldn't even walk steadily, just like how a young girl couldn't walk steadily like a woman the day after she entered the bridal room. Flex your feet. Long Fei couldn't help but laugh. The woman was extremely angry. You're still laughing? Long Fei did not stop and asked, Why can't I laugh? The woman said angrily, Try laughing a little more. Long Fei still did not stop, and even the woman's voice was filled with pain. Ha ha. Smiling, what's wrong? You! The lady glared at Long Fei. Long Fei didn't care in the slightest, gloating. It must be very painful, who told you to randomly kick it? Serves you right. The lady was even more furious. She stared at Long Fei. She was the only one who knew that Long Fei had touched her place. She wanted to seal his mouth. The old man quickly said, Young lord, he saved us, we should be grateful to him. Humph! I would not be grateful to a human being. The lady was furious and said, Furthermore, the one who saved me was not him, but a human. How could he be a match for Desert Giant Scorpion? It was extremely disdainful. It was also at this time. The white camel let out a scream. It was swallowed whole. The girl was startled. She immediately ran forward and shouted, Xiao Bai. Suddenly, Long Fei muttered in his heart, Xiao Bai. What a familiar name. Huh! It's her mount. How could I be familiar with it? Long Fei shook his head. It was also at this time. Transformers threw himself forward, his hand digging into the sand. You can do it for me. He dug around. He did not pull out anything, but there was some blood on his palm. Transformers sniffed and immediately looked into the distance, muttering, Such a fast speed. Long Fei also did not let the Transformers chase him again. It was clear that the level of this desert giant scorpion was completely different from before. Kong Kim, come back first. Long Fei shouted. Transformers grinned, looked into the distance and muttered, "Don't let me meet you again, otherwise I'll definitely beat you to death." Back to the edge of the desert. The young lady's eyes were filled with tears, but when she saw Transformers walk back, she still remained respectful. She bowed and said, "Thank you for saving us, you are the benefactor of our Sand Moon tribe." And then, everyone bowed to King Kong. Transformers scratched his head and said very straightforwardly, "It's not me who wants to save you, it's my boss who wants me to save you. Otherwise, I wouldn't be bothered to save you." The young girl was stunned. The atmosphere was a bit awkward. He never thought that Transformers would be so direct. The young girl looked at Long Fei. Long Fei waved his hand and said, "There's no need to say any more words of thanks, I'm too lazy to listen to. Now that you are all safe, let's quickly go home." "Kong Kim, let's go," Long Fei said. Transformers immediately walked forward. The girl hesitated for a moment, blocked Long Fei's path, and bowed as she said, "It was my mistake just now. Lord, I beg you, please bring us through the desert." Long Fei didn't even think about it, and immediately wanted to reject it. But the system beep suddenly rang out. Ding! Chapter 24-22, Peerless Beauty. Chapter 24-22, Peerless Beauty. At that moment, the system beep. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for triggering the escort mission Protect Princess Sand Moon. Mission level S. Task reward 1 million experience, 100,000 points of true chi, 10 points of arrogant god energy value, a heavenly soul treasure. If you receive a high-rank reward for the quest, it might trigger a special reward. Looking at the quests that appeared in the system. Tell the truth. Long Fei was not interested in this mission at all. S-class task reward was simply too low, 10 million experience was nothing to look at. Long Fei did not care at all. Even if it was the special reward that activated only because of the high-level score, it was definitely a scam by the system. Long Fei simply could not believe it. However, without waiting for Long Fei to reject, the system beep. Ding! System notification. You cannot refuse a quest. Rub. System F*CKU. How can you not reject a quest? What do you mean? Long Fei was not in a good mood as he thought to himself, "Don't let me find out who designed this system for you in the future, otherwise I'll definitely beat you until you're covered in shit." "Who?" Long Fei exhaled, looked at Princess Sand Moon and said, "Agreeing is fine, but first, take off your veil." "Huh? Huh?" Princess Sand Moon was slightly surprised. The other clan members were also startled. The old man stepped forward and said, "Milord, you can't. Once our Sand Moon tribe's young lady takes off her veil, she will marry the man she first saw." "Uncle Fu, it's fine. He doesn't belong to our Sand Moon tribe, so we naturally don't need to follow the clan rules of the Sand Moon tribe." The woman was very indifferent as she gently lifted her veil. A peerless face appeared under the veil. It was spotlessly clean, fresh and refined, to give a feeling of being bathed in the spring breeze. Beautiful. It was the beauty of youth. Long Fei trembled slightly as he muttered, "She looks like she's really made of water." The girl gently put down the veil. "Can you help us now?" Long Fei said. "I will keep my word, I will escort you all through the desert, but there is one thing that you must understand, no matter who you are, you must listen to me." The girl said with a few seconds of hesitation, "All right." Long Fei said, "Then let's go." Since it was a quest that couldn't be refused, Long Fei could only accept it. He could only console himself, 10 million experience is also experience. Maybe there will be some special rewards. And, who knows, I might even be able to have an alluring trip with this princess, ha ha ha. Long Fei's heart started to waver, as he saw a beautiful lady who had the grace of a foreign nation flying in the sky. Now, next to him was another beautiful woman similar to the one in Xinjiang, which made people feel relaxed and happy. Long Fei felt very happy. At least, there were a lot of beauties around. The girl said a few words to the people around her. They didn't have anything else to pack, so they tidied themselves up a little and stepped back into the desert. However, at first they all had camels, but now they were walking on their own feet. It was obvious that these people could not bear with the food anymore, but the princess had exceeded Long Fei's expectations. After 6 hours, she had been following Long Fei the entire time. Transformers sent a sound transmission to Long Fei. "Boss, the ground is too hot." To the Transformers, these dozens of people were nothing at all, not much at all. Long Fei said, "No need, you go." Transformers was ready to fight at any time, and once they were carried, they would lose the opportunity to fight. Long Fei didn't want his brother to be injured just because he wanted to protect a few strangers. Even if it was a mission that could not be refused, Long Fei would not risk his brother's life. Not worth it. 6 hours. Speaking of which, it was strange that no desert giant scorpion had appeared at all. Not only the desert giant scorpion, even the small-scale demon beast had not appeared at all. One had to know that the desert was one of the most dangerous places in the wilderness. Not only was the weather bad, but more importantly, there were all kinds of deadly demon beasts in the desert. But now, not a single one. This was a little abnormal. Long Fei moved and said to Kai Lina, who was in the air, "Did you find anything? I feel a little out of place." Kai Lina replied, "I haven't found anything so far, or maybe it's because I can't sense anything from within the sand." She was also a bit worried. She sent a sound transmission to the Transformers, saying, "Pay more attention. I can't see anything from up in the air, they might all be hiding in the sand." Transformers' expression tensed up, and he immediately replied, "I understand." The level of vigilance at high altitudes was the realm of the land. The perfect combination. The reason why Kai Lina stayed was to protect Long Fei, and to absolutely not let him be in any danger. This was something that she had promised Immortal Master Lu Yuan. It was also her hope to return to her hometown. 1 day passed. Nothing happened. A flat piece of land appeared and a bonfire was lit. Long Fei took out some food and water. Only then did those people heave a sigh of relief. After an entire day, they almost couldn't hold on any longer. Long Fei looked at the girl with veil and asked, "You are the Sand Moon tribe, so from the name, you should be living in the desert, right? How can we cross the desert now?" The girl did not hide anything and said, "We do live in the desert, but that was a long time ago. The desert now is completely different from the one before." Long Fei said, "What's different? Isn't it the same in the desert?" A trace of loneliness appeared in the girl's eyes. "There are dangers everywhere in the desert now. As long as you go against her, no matter if it's the magic tribe or the beasts, as long as you step into the desert you will die here." "She? Who?" Long Fei asked. Uncle Fu immediately interrupted. "No one, the desert is changing every day. It used to be suitable for us Sand Moon tribe, but now it's not. That's what our young miss meant." Obviously, he was lying. Long Fei did not say it because he did not want to, so since he was not willing to say it, Long Fei could not be bothered to ask. However, the young girl's expression secretly tightened, as if she was thinking about something sad. Her eyes were filled with tears, and she couldn't help but clench her fists tightly. The next day, he continued on his way. Still nothing happened. He did not meet any demon beast, and that desert giant scorpion did not appear again. Long Fei felt that something was amiss. However, Uncle Fu and the rest were happy. They thought that Long Fei was too strong, that the desert giant scorpion did not dare to attack again. Only the girl with veil was slightly nervous. Standing on top of a mountain, the scorching sun was burning like a flame in the sky. The sand was frantically absorbing the heat, and the heat was also crazily dissipating. The heat was visible to the naked eye. Beads of sweat the size of beans rolled down. This day was exceptionally hot and dry, just like the days in the pill furnace. The girl with veil looked ahead and said softly, "We are now entering the heart of the desert." Chapter 24-23 Sky Fire. Chapter 24-23 Sky Fire. Long Fei wiped away his sweat and said, "The hinterland? Could it be that we're still at the edges of the road after walking for 2 days?" Uncle Fu said, "The savage desert is vast and boundless. At the beginning we were only at the edge of the desert, but now we are going to enter its center." Transformers asked, "Isn't this place too hot? The temperature here is several times hotter than outside." Uncle Fu said, "Legend has it that it's the punishment from the heavens. Millions of years ago, a heavenly fire appeared here, and the flames fell from the sky and burned for 100,000 years, turning this place into a fiery desert. No matter if it's humans or beasts, neither of them can survive here. This is the punishment from the heavens." Why does it sound like old Lord Taishang's alchemy furnace was overturned by Sun Monkey and was set ablaze? Long Fei muttered and then asked, "Then why does the heavens punish us here? It can't be for no reason, right? We'll see. Both humans and beasts are unable to survive in this place. How many years has your Sand Moon tribe been living here? Aren't those desert giants Scorpion all still alive and well?" Long Fei asked. Uncle Fu was at a loss for words. He didn't know how to respond. Girl with Veil said, "There is a special function of our Sand Moon tribe's body, which is to absorb water from the sand." "Huh!" Long Fei glanced at Girl with Veil and said, "Do you take me as a 3-year-old child? Absorb water from the sand? Just in the sand? You absorb one for me to see. If you can absorb water, why do you drink so much from me? We don't have enough water now." He didn't believe it at all. If they could absorb the water, would they still need to drink it? This group of people were just a group of swindlers, completely here to swindle Long Fei. Girl with Veil's expression was somewhat downcast as he said, "Not now." "Playing with me?" Long Fei was very angry. He didn't want to listen to the girl with Veil's explanation, so he walked down the hill as fast as he could, wanting to finish the mission earlier. Girl with Veil looked afar, and his fists couldn't help but tighten. Uncle Fu whispered, "Princess, let's go." At this moment, rumble, rumble, rumble. A series of explosions suddenly sounded out. The sand layer was moving crazily. Before anyone could react, the sand under Girl with Veil's feet was already moving crazily. It directly formed a funnel-like vortex. The girl had no time to react at all as she sunk in instantly. Long Fei's face tightened. Both of Transformers' fists exploded as he said in a deep voice, "F***CK, you only know how to do sneak attacks." It came too fast. In addition, without any sort of alertness, neither Transformers nor Kai Lina could sense the dangerous aura below the layer of sand. Actually, it wasn't because their cultivation wasn't high enough. It was because of the characteristics of the desert giant Scorpion. Once they had concealed themselves, they were like lifeless objects, motionlessly moving in the sand. Let alone the S of the Emperor Zhen Wu's realm, even they would not be able to sense their existence. Everyone was caught off guard by his sudden appearance. Seeing the youth fall in, Uncle Fu immediately cried out, "Princess!" Transformers threw himself at him, but the speed at which the ground was caving in was simply too fast. Holy **T. Long Fei cursed angrily and thought, there must be something wrong with this woman. At this moment, Long Fei moved, releasing a strong burst of quintessential essence, releasing his strongest power at the 9th level of the spirit refinement realm. He grabbed the Ju K broken sword and injected his quintessential essence. Boom! He suddenly swung his arm. The Ju K broken sword flew straight up into the sky, then heavily plummeted down. It pierced down almost right into Girl with Veil's face. Crack! Boom! A series of painful screams came from the sand. Dark green liquid surged out from the sand, and a thick mountain of sand churned a few times. And then, there was no more activity. It was also at this time. The system sounded out. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for killing Desert Giant Scorpion for obtaining 50,000 experience, 5,000 points for True Chi, and 1 point for Arrogant God energy value. 1/killed. Ju-Kei Broken Sword was the Ocean King's weapon. The magic weapon in the universal realm. Killing this kind of demon beast was enough, it was just that. To activate the Ju-Kei sword's power, he needed a huge amount of primeval essence, and Long Fei's opportunity to use up all of it just now was almost used up. Fortunately, the zombie inner core could heal indefinitely, or else the true chi value would be gone. Girl with Veil crawled up from the deep pit, still shaken. Looking at the distant Long Fei, his heart shook greatly, as he killed a huge scorpion with one sword strike. This man was very strong. She had initially thought that Long Fei was relying on the protection of the Transformers. Not at all. And this dagger. She had never seen it before. In addition, the power of this sword was just too great. It was so powerful that it was her first time seeing it. But this sword was a broken sword. If it could be repaired, then its might would be even more ferocious. Long Fei kept the idea. The Ju-Kei sword returned to its sheath. Long Fei was also somewhat depressed in his heart. Sigh. If I had known that the underworld fire could instantly kill the Ocean King, I wouldn't have broken this sword. If it's a complete Ju-Kei sword, the power will definitely be even more acute. What a pity. The girl quickly calmed down and said respectfully to Long Fei, "Thank you." This time it was sincere. Long Fei waved his hand and said, "There's no need to thank me. I will definitely do as I've promised you. Now I have a question, you must answer it truthfully. If you dare to lie to me, I swear that I will immediately leave you behind." Girl with Veil's eyebrows tightened and said, "Go ahead and ask." Long Fei asked, "Why did the desert giant scorpion specially deal with you? Don't tell me it's a coincidence. I want to hear the truth." It couldn't be a coincidence. There must be a secret about her. Uncle Fu's expression tightened as he gently shook his head at Girl with Veil. Girl with Veil was not moved and said indifferently, "Because I have something that they want." "They? Desert Giant Scorpion?" Long Fei asked. Girl with Veil said, "No, Desert Giant Scorpion is just a puppet created by her. She is a devil created by our Sand Moon tribe, and it is also why she would punish our Sand Moon tribe, causing the heaven flames to descend and turn our Sand Moon tribe into a flaming dead desert." Devil. Long Fei became interested and thought, "This should be a big boss, right?" Long Fei asked, "Then what exactly do you have on you?" Uncle Fu shook his head again. Long Fei quietly waited. If she did not say anything, Long Fei would not bother to care. That was his sect. Girl with Veil hesitated for a moment. Then, she took out a black iron box that was filled with runes. The moment she took it out, the rune on the metal box flashed with a trace of fire. It was as if he had been activated. At the same time, all sorts of explosions resounded from the depths of the desert, like the roars of 10,000 beasts. Long Fei asked, "What is this?" Girl with Veil said, "Sky fire." Chapter 24-24, A Boss, Golden Giant King. Chapter 24-24, A Boss, Golden Giant King, Skyfire. Long Fei was a little doubtful. "Didn't you guys say that the heaven flames are your Sand Moon tribe's punishment? How come I'm in your control now? What is a Skyfire?" Long Fei didn't have any idea. However, judging from the mysterious runes on the metal box, it must be some sort of powerful force. Girl with Veil quickly kept the iron box into the space ring, and it was also at this moment that the howls from the depths of the desert died down. She said slightly, Our Sand Moon tribe is a descendant of an ancient refiner race, so we can control all the fires in the world. Although the heavenly fire is exceptionally strong, and it has been burning here for 100,000 years, our ancestors also used 100,000 years to subdue it. It was only because the heavenly fire was subdued that the flames extinguished. From then on, sky fire has been passed down in the Sand Moon tribe. It's just that. After those ancestors subdued the heaven flame, they all died, and no one could control the heaven flame anymore. They could only activate its seal. But the demons that our Sand Moon tribe created have always wanted to obtain it, because heaven fire can melt all things, and can similarly destroy all things. If she were to obtain it, the consequences would be incomparably terrifying. So strong. Destroy everything? To melt all things? Long Fei's heart trembled and asked doubtfully, "What exactly is the devil that your Sand Moon tribe created?" Girl with Veil said, "An immortal demon." "An immortal demon?" Long Fei said, "There is no such thing as absolute immortality in this world." Long Fei had used undead powder before. In those 3 minutes, he would definitely not die. However, after some time, his body would still remain that of a mortal. As long as his strength was strong enough, he would be instantly killed. No matter what method you use, she will not die. At that time, we thought that by relying on her power to rule the wilderness, we could sweep across the entire Zhenwu continent, but in the end, we discovered that we were wrong. We have created a demon that is completely out of our control. Hearing this, Long Fei became a little excited and thought, "Looks like it's another super boss, I like it. Killing monsters to level up? Too slow. If he killed the boss, leveling would be much easier." Long Fei wished that he could immediately kill this immortal demon. In his heart, he felt relieved. Didn't I say it before? The system can't always scam me every time. At least, there's a super boss in this quest. As long as I kill it, I might be able to go berserk again. Long Fei became excited. Long Fei immediately asked, "Where is that demon?" Girl with Veil shook his head and said, "Deep in the desert." "Let's go. Take me there." Long Fei was unable to endure the thirst. Girl with Veil was startled, then said, "We must avoid her as much as possible. In this desert, she is the king, and no one can move her. Otherwise, we wouldn't have left the desert. This is the home of our Sand Moon tribe." Uncle Fu also quickly said, "We can't go there. People will die." "Absolutely not." Everyone from Sand Moon tribe kneeled. Transformers replied in disdain, "Coward." Long Fei said, "Kong Kim, don't talk nonsense. If you don't want to go, then don't." "I won't go." As Long Fei spoke, he sent a sound transmission to Kai Lina using the idea, "Go and scout him out." Kai Lina replied, "Understood." As long as they were in the desert, none of that was a problem. With Kai Lina, an aerial reconnaissance aircraft, she would be able to detect the position of the boss. Rumble. Another desert giant scorpion sneak attack. Ding. Congratulations to player Long Fei for killing Desert Giant Scorpion for obtaining 50,000 experience, 5,000 points for True Chi and 1 point for Arrogant God energy value. King Kong's right hand. After Long Fei killed a Desert Giant Scorpion, he immediately warned. Walala! A mountain of sand suddenly flipped over, and a gigantic scorpion rushed out, the poisonous spikes on its tail piercing towards Transformers' head like thick steel bars. Transformers did not dodge, and directly used his head to block the attack. Crack! The poisonous spike broke. King Kong grabbed the desert giant scorpion's tail. Bang! With a swing of his hand, he ruthlessly smashed down from midair. Cheap shot. Attack me again. Bam! 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 An enormous scorpion was completely smashed to smithereens. The surrounding people were all scared silly. Transformers was too savage. The second desert giant scorpion flipped over dry. Long Fei took a glance at the girl with veil and thought to himself, this is already the 6th sneak attack today. It seems like the further we go, the more desert giant scorpion there are. Do you want to summon a few alien demons to play? I just don't think there's any meaning in killing them all. The experience points is not bad, but the quantity is too little. Long Fei muttered in his heart. He glanced at the sky. Kai Lina had not returned. It had already been half a day, and Long Fei was a little worried in his heart. Without waiting for Long Fei's breath, Walala! Transformers roared, you still dare to come? Long Fei's gaze tensed up, 7th time. Moreover, this time, the surrounding sand was moving, and it was as if there were countless giant snakes moving under the sand, moving at an extremely fast speed. Long Fei's expression tensed up. He took out the Ju-Kei sword and said, Kong Kim, don't chase too deep. Protecting the people first is more important. Transformers immediately shrank back and said, okay. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, asterisk the 3 desert giants scorpion instantly rushed out. The Ju-Kei sword in Long Fei's hand moved slightly. True essence explode. 1 step into the sky. True essence flooded out like a tide. Phantom sword dance. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. In the blink of an eye, sword cheese came crashing down like shockwaves. The 3 desert giant scorpion were instantly chopped into pieces. A system announcement sounded out. Ding ding ding. Right at this moment, the position where the veiled youth and the others were standing crumbled down. Long Fei's face tightened and immediately shouted, King Kong below! Not waiting for him to finish. Shwa! A bolt of golden lightning shot out from the depths of the sand, directly extending into the air. Under the scorching sun, a golden streak appeared. It was extremely dazzling. This was the tail of a giant golden scorpion. It was incomparably huge. It was more than 10 times the body of an ordinary desert giant scorpion. Moreover, now there was only 1 tail, and his whole body was in the sand. At this critical moment, the giant golden tail pierced towards Long Fei, who was in mid-air heavily. It was incredibly fast. Long Fei's gaze tensed up, the Ju-Kei sword was blocking his chest. Bam! The golden stinger stabbed out. A powerful shockwave burst out. Light scattered in all directions. At the same time, Long Fei's body also exploded outwards like a kite with its string cut. His internal organs were all rolling around in pain. The golden giant did not chase after Long Fei. With a move of its power, all of the surrounding sand mountains exploded like a desert, frantically surging upwards and burying everyone from the Transformers and the girl with veil. King Kong! Long Fei roared. Girl with veil also exclaimed out, Take Tianhua and leave. Whoosh! The iron box flew out from the gap. And then, other than Long Fei, everyone, including Kong Kim, was buried. In an instant, the golden giant moved like lightning and disappeared. Chapter 24-25, I Can Let You Go? Chapter 24-25, I Can Let You Go? The sand mountain became calm. The violent explosion disappeared. The movement beneath the sand also disappeared. Everything calmed down as if nothing had happened. Only a single Long Fei was left there. Long Fei's eyes were blank as he looked around him. In the endless desert, he could not see any difference. King Kong! After a long time, Long Fei then roared out. He ran forward with all his might, frantically digging the sand. 10 minutes. He dug a few meters deep hole. His fingernails were broken and his fingers were bleeding. There was still no sign of King Kong, and so were the others. The golden giant swallowed them up and brought them away. Long Fei clenched both his fists tightly, the veins on his forehead bulged, and he roared towards the sky. Those who touch my brother die. He pushed himself to the limit. It bounced up from the crater and fell down. He picked up the iron box left behind by the Princess Sand Moon on the ground, and with another leap, he rushed towards the direction in which the golden giant had disappeared. He was furious. He did not expect that when the golden giant attacked him, it would actually attack King Kong and the others at the same time. From this, it could be seen that this boss was not simple. I don't care who you are. Who cares what kind of boss you are? If you attack my brother, you will be prepared to face eternal damnation. Long Fei said as he gnashed his teeth in his heart. Whoosh whoosh, asterisk whoosh whoosh whoosh, asterisk, schwa. From the top of the mountain to the top, he jumped continuously. In the desert, Long Fei's figure was like a streak of white lightning. After 4 whole hours, Long Fei did not rest even a second. They were all chasing with all their might. However, he was lost. There were no auras of desert giant scorpion around, nor were there any auras emitted from transformers and the rest. Other than the sand, there was only sand. It was the same everywhere. They had no idea where the golden giant had brought them to. Ah! Long Fei crazily roared, "Come out!" The sound spread for tens of kilometers, but there was no response at all. The savage desert was simply too big. In the desert, Long Fei was as small as a grain of sand. No one could be seen. He could not see the demon beast. Not being able to see anything alive, Long Fei was like a person abandoned here, lonely and helpless. It made everyone panic. Long Fei ran once again. Another few hours passed, and the scorching sun set, but he still could not find anything. Hoo 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 hoo. Huff huff. Both of Long Fei's hands pressed against the ground as he panted heavily. His body was already covered in sweat, the scorching sun and the sand crazily absorbing all the water in his body. After an entire day of madly sprinting, Long Fei's physique had reached its limit. Without water, no matter how high his cultivation was, he would die here. This was the law of nature. In an ordinary place, Long Fei could have stopped eating and drinking last month, but in this desert, the water in his body drained away too quickly. Furthermore, he was running at full speed. Even though he had the protection of the armor, his spiritual treasure was powerless in the face of the natural laws of the world. He couldn't last a day. This was also the terror of the savage desert. No matter how powerful the powerhouse was, they would not dare to rashly enter. Exhausted, Long Fei rolled his body, laid on the scalding sand, looked at the sky and muttered, Long Fei, oh Long Fei, why are you so useless? You can't even protect your own brothers? What the F*** K are you still treating this as boss? Now you can't even protect the people around you. What are you going to take to the God sect gathering? What are you going to take to fight against the Zhao family? What are you going to use to challenge Yi Yorong's master for? Huh! Long Fei clenched his fists tightly, feeling extremely unwell in his heart. He was unhappy with himself. Who? And then, Long Fei suddenly flipped himself around and sat up. He knew that complaining at this time would be of no use. Giving up would only make him even more depressed and would only make him even more useless. I have to find King Kong. There must be a way. Long Fei calmed himself down and continued to think, and recall every single word that the Princess Sand Moon had said. Suddenly, Long Fei discovered a detail. When Princess Sand Moon took out the black iron box, all sorts of desert giant scorpions' roars and explosions could be heard from afar. An iron box. Sky fire. Yes. Long Fei's gaze tensed up. He immediately took out the iron box from the space ring. The moment he took it out, the runes on the box seemed to ignite again. Scarlet flames appeared. At this moment, rumble, rumble, rumble. Irritation. A furious roar came out, and it was not far from Long Fei, less than 10 kilometers away. It raged wildly. Waves of roars rang out. The night sky was shaking. The sand around Long Fei trembled and tumbled, as if there was a gigantic monster in front of him. Long Fei's eyes turned sinister as he said in a low voice, "Damn, we finally found it." Immediately, Long Fei quickly put away the iron box. It was also at this time. The cries of the demon beast disappeared and quickly returned to normal. Long Fei looked at the iron box in his hands and muttered to himself, "Looks like the things inside can either make them go crazy or make them panic." Sky fire. What kind of flame is it? Long Fei was curious about the things inside the metal box. What kind of flame could allow a race to spend 100,000 years to gather, refine, and tame? For this, he had to pay the price with his life. What kind of flame was it? Long Fei thought about how he had fought his way through the heavens in his past life and said faintly, "Could it be that he's even more powerful than the heavenly flames?" Forget it. Now is not the time to think about this. Long Fei kept his curiosity. Even if he was, now was not the time. Was King Kong still alive? Long Fei was most worried about King Kong. And then, Long Fei completed marking the road and quickly moved to the back. 10 kilometers was still a little too close. 10 minutes later, Long Fei moved a little, looked into the distance and said, "You captured my brother, right? You like sneak attacks in the sand, right? Fine. Then Lousy will let you see what a sneak attack is." The idea connected to the alien queen in the war pet space. Alien Queen immediately woke up when he sensed Long Fei's ideas summon. Just when Long Fei was about to summon the Alien Queen. Boom! Kai Lina fell from the sky, not smoothly landing, but his entire body was instantly smashed down. His entire body was filled with wounds, and blood continuously spurted out from his mouth. Long Fei's face tensed up, and immediately helped Kai Lina up. "What's the situation?" Kai Lina hurriedly said, Go! Hurry up and leave." Kai Lina did not belong to the warriors of the Zhen Wu continent. What realm was her cultivation in compared to the warriors of this world? Long Fei felt that Kai Lina was very strong. It would at least be a Mahayana realm, or an even higher one. However, he was actually heavily injured. Long Fei was in a bad mood. The anger in his heart had inflated to the point of bursting. F***ck, touching my brother. You're still hurting my woman? How could I let you go? You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.